Recording in progress.
Calling to order the Town Council meeting on April 14th, 2026. Will you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, will the town clerk please take roll?
Councilmember Hoback,
Here.
Councilmember Mortellaro,
Here.
Councilmember Pessamorelli,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Bell,
Here.
Councilmember Baer,
Present.
Councilmember O'Connor,
Present.
and Mayor Moore.
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, thank you. Before I ask for approval of the agenda, I'd like to add one item tonight, and that would be at the end of general business to discuss the Erie Homecoming Parade and kind of late information that we all received today. So with that one add, I'll see if there's a motion to approve the agenda.
Clarification. Do you mean the senior parade?
The senior parade, yes.
Motion to amend the agenda is noted, or motion to accept the amended agenda is noted.
All right, we have a motion and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. All right, we have numerous items on the consent agenda tonight, so please bear with me as I go through them. First item is 2026-269, approval of the March 10th, 2026 Town Council meeting minutes. Item 2026-270, approval of the March 24th, 2026 Town Council meeting minutes. Item 2026-273, approval of the April 7th, 2026 Town Council special meeting minutes. Item 2026-23, Child Abuse Prevention Month Crime Victims' Rights Week proclamation, sponsoring members Emily Baer and Brian O'Connor. Item 2026-271, the National Admin Professionals Day proclamation, sponsored by Councilmember O'Connor and Councilmember Pesaramelli. Item 2026-5, a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Erie approving an intergovernmental agreement with Boulder County and Mile High Flood Control District for design and construction of drainage and flood control improvements for the Coal Creek Gap project. Item 2026-137, a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Erie approving a construction contract with Longview Heating and Air LLC for HVAC replacement for the North Water Reclamation Facility dewatering building, P23-329A. Item 2026-190, a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Erie approving a construction contract with Asphalt Specialties Company Incorporated for the 2026 street maintenance Phase 1. Item 2026-204, an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Erie approving the purchase of a real property from Munimba Chung Hante and approving the associated purchase and sale agreement. Item 2026-212, an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Erie prohibiting the installation and use of gray water systems pursuant to House Bill 241362. Item 2026-213, a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Erie approving an agreement for design services with HDR Incorporated for the North Water Reclamation Facility Improvements Project. Item 2026-227, First Amendment to the General Services Agreement with Eagle Creek Modular Solutions Incorporated for the Laws Modular Building. Item 2026-233, a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Erie approving the Eighth Amendment to the agreement for the final design, right-of-way acquisition, and construction of the drainage and flood control improvements for Coal Creek from County Line Road to Kenosha Road with the Urban Drainage and Flood Control District, DBA Mile High Flood District. Item 2026-239, a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Erie approving a First Amendment to the agreement for services with Rocksoul Consulting Group Incorporated for construction management services. And the last item on the consent agenda tonight is 2026-251, an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Erie adding a new section 716 to the Erie Municipal Code to regulate excavation and potholing of newly constructed and restored public right-of-ways in the town. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
I think it was Councilmember O'Connor with the second by Councilmember Mortellaro. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. All right, the consent agenda is passed. We'll move on to public comment. Please remember that public comment is not an interactive question and answer forum, but rather a time for you to state your comments on a particular item or issue. Public comment provides the opportunity to discuss items that are not public hearings. Please sign up. We have a number of public hearings tonight, so you'll have a chance if you want to speak on the public hearings when we get to those hearings. Please sign up using the kiosks in the lobby. If you have a handout, please give it to the town clerk to the left. They will distribute it to council, included in the meeting record. When called upon, please state your full name and location for the record. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per person. You'll be given a 20-second warning when your 3 minutes are almost up. At the 3-minute mark, you'll be asked to wrap up your final sentence. All opinions are welcome. Please be respectful of each speaker. To ensure everyone feels welcome to share their comments, please refrain from any cheering, clapping, booing, or otherwise disruptive behavior. All right, with that, I'll look to our town clerk.
So we have a few people signed up for the Erie Senior Day. Do you want them to speak during public comment or during that item when you do it?
No, I think they should speak now because
Okay.
it may get later in the evening
That's fine.
for that particular one, and it's not a public hearing, so we could do that.
Okay. First person is Kate Arnold.
I'm actually gonna let Adriana go first, if that's okay. She, was the first person in line, and if I could go after her. It's Adrian, sorry.
It's okay. Come up to the podium. We'll figure that out, and then we'll
Yeah.
we'll follow with you.
How are you guys doing?
Doing well.
So I'm here tonight on behalf of the Erie Senior. Oh, I'm
Just
sorry.
Name and location.
My name is Adrian Hillary. I am from Erie, Colorado. I am born and raised in Boulder and have lived here for over 18 years. My oldest is a sophomore in CSU, and we have been in Erie, opened Red Hawk when they opened, and I still have a sophomore and an 8th grader. So I took on the Erie Parade in 2024 when I had a senior, and Michelle Hall, who started it in 2020 during COVID, was ready to hand it over as her last of 6, had graduated. And so, in full disclosure, that year, Erie PD did not even show up. I was in charge of contacting them, and when I called 911 non-emergency, they said they knew about the parade, but did not have enough staff. So in 2025, I contacted, I went through the resource officers in 2024. So 2025, I moved on to the chief, and she was amazing, but up until like 3 days before the parade, wasn't able to get me a resource officer. So Mountain View Rescue, Fire and Rescue has been amazing since day one. And last year, they stepped up and gave us 2 additional vehicles on top of the fire truck. And we did get a resource officer, but he was clearly frustrated and expressed some concerns. So, and the chief had asked me to start a little earlier this year. So this year, I started on February 8th and have emails from both the Erie Rec Center, which after getting passed around to 3 different people, Jennifer Platt is who they sent me to, and said she was the Erie coordinator. I was trying to think of a safer starting point, like starting at the Erie Rec Center right by the tennis courts. It'd be an easy ride onto Erie Parkway, still accommodating all the parties at the rec center. You still go by that, and then it's the same route from there. And Mountain View Fire Rescue, I spoke to February 9th. They wrote back to me February 10th, confirming they would give me additional vehicles, support. I sent them a map. We circled the problem areas, and we were going to work on that. The rec center, we went back and forth, and then finally on the 27th of March, she got back to me telling me I needed to work with Brendan Gracer, who was going to be in charge of the coordinating. I did not hear from him, so I called him on the 30th of March. He gave me like 5 minutes of his time, told me he didn't know what was going on, and I believe if the town of Erie, like if their page is correct, he's the one that actually grants the permits for the parade, and he told me I just needed to talk to Erie PD. So that I received an email on the 1st of April from Erie PD telling me that we now were required to have a permit, and gave me a list of the things we needed, and if we chose to do it ourselves, a list of the consequences that would happen if the parade went on their own. So at that point, I was like, I still felt like we had the support of Mountain View Fire Rescue until I received their email on the 9th
22nd.
of April, saying that they also cannot support us. So I guess we're just looking, since I clearly started this well before the 90 days, which has never existed, we've never had a timeline like that, we're just asking for that to be waived so we can meet the requirements for the new permit, which has just been applied for the first time, and, support our seniors and have this parade continue on because it's become an important part, I think, of the community and the students, obviously. So thank you for your time. As a volunteer parent, I'm happy to support the community, and I'd love to see some support back. That'd be great. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And this is the agenda item that I added on, so it will be later this evening, but we will have a conversation about it.
Kate Arnold.
Hi, I'm Kate Arnold from Erie, Colorado. Was that all that you wanted in advance? Okay. I apologize. I would have dressed a little nicer, but about 35 minutes ago, someone was like, hey, can you go to this meeting and say something? So here I am. Good evening. My name is Kate Arnold, and I serve as the Vice President of the Erie High School Booster Club. I'm here tonight on short notice because our community is experiencing a concerning shift. While we take pride in Erie's growth, we are at the same time witnessing the erosion of the small town support system that has always made this town feel like home. Currently, the relationship between our town administration and the volunteers who support our high school, its teachers, staff, and most importantly, its students, has become unnecessarily adversarial. Every year, our very few volunteers dedicate hundreds of hours to sustain traditions that define the EHS student experience. The homecoming parade, which is put on by the Optimist Club, they don't want to do it anymore because of the red tape. Send-offs for our student groups to important competitions. The police and fire department used to escort the buses with these students at least to I-25. I know when football went to state in 2023, they drove them all the way to Fort Collins to the stadium where they played. Now they're not allowed to go past the light where they exit the parking lot of the school. And those celebrations of these students is everyone at the entire school, from the smallest club to the biggest group of athletes, anywhere in between. We really feel like the town should support celebrating their success and, just sort of cheering them on in their goals. Excuse me. We're currently met with increasing rules and regulations that are even more stringent than those in place in major metropolitan areas in our state, like Denver. I have to pull permits in Denver all the time for my business, so I know this. I remain optimistic that the impact that's happening was an unforeseen consequence of putting these rules in place. I don't think that the town or the police department went out of their way to say, hey, you know what, let's stick it to the kids at the high school. I don't think that's the case at all, right? But the disproportionate deadlines and rules are just actively dismantling all of the traditions at the high school. The hurdles have also created a volunteer burnout crisis. As more layers of red tape are added, it sends a clear message that the efforts of all of our volunteer citizens aren't valued. It feels very much like we are effectively being discouraged from building the community ties that keep our youth engaged and have always kept our town connected as neighbors. Additionally, I'd like to address the lack of town support regarding student safety. Our after-prom event, which provides a safe environment for over 500 students to prevent incidents of drunk driving, should be a point of pride for our town. Instead, we are seeing a complete lack of support and even lost funding for it. There also seems to be a level of internal friction between the Erie Police Department and Mountain View Fire. When one department is willing to support our kids, they should not be hindered by the administrative preferences or optics of the other department. Supporting students in our community should be a baseline priority, not a favor we have to ask for. We are asking you to intervene to streamline these processes and foster a culture where our local departments are encouraged to collaborate for our youth. Let's stop treating our valued town traditions as a liability and start treating them as the heartbeat of our community. Our students deserve a town that advocates for their success, celebrates their wins, and prioritizes their safety. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jim Hoffmeyer. He says he's online, but I don't see him, so we'll go on to the next one, which is Mary Lou Lambert. Oh, nope, sorry, never mind. Excuse me, Jessica Furman.
Hello, good evening, you all. I'm Jessica Furman, been in Erie for 8 years. Obviously, accent's not very local, but absolutely love it here. I am the After Prom chair who took over After Prom thinking it was just going to be pizza and pop and had the shock of my life. I've taken it over somebody who I really needed to fill big shoes, but I'm telling you, she ran the most amazing After Prom. What I found through taking it over, and this is my first year, is that with regards to the senior parade and After Prom, there's so much unknown of where to find information. So if you put in a 90-day, you need 90 days to actually get a permit to do anything, where would you find that information? And it's clear by the amount of calls for anybody that's organising anything, no one actually really knows what's being handled. So really, my point that I'm trying to make is, if you put these kind of processes in place, you need to advertise it and you need to let us know. We're all a bunch of volunteers. Most of us work full time. In fact, as you all know, volunteers, who makes the busiest person busier? So it's really exhausting. And I know that Adrian's really supported it for the last few years, but to be told that is really disheartening. And I feel that although many systems can't be broken because you have 90 days in process, and be rest assured I understand that, but in some cases things should be expedited. And I feel that when you're dealing with volunteers and you're dealing with people that are trying to keep the community spirit going and trying to give that heart of Erie, which you all, advertise, and everybody is very, very proud to live in Erie, that if you lose those volunteers and you lose that spirit, you will just have a normal town, and you would just have a town that when you ask for help of the last minute, you'll have a community that will not support you. Mm-hmm. So that's where I just sit on it, and I feel very emotional about it because I just think it's really important. And for all those parents, and one more thing, this year that's leaving school would have been the year that would have been impacted when they left middle school. So they wouldn't have had a send-off at middle school. So this would be their final year, and admittedly it's graduation, and I doubt they ever remember it, but their parents would do. So on the senior side, they absolutely love it, but also don't forget supporting the parents and the amount of people that turn up. You've only got to see those games up at the high school to feel how big the community is. That's all I really want to say. Just pull on your heartstrings, really, for this one. Thanks.
All right. Thank you.
Next is Laurel O.
Good evening. My name's Laurel. I'm requesting to yield my time to Shannon. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Shannon. My pronouns are she, her, and as a community member who has given hours of my time investing in the residents of this town, specifically families of color, I'm here to speak about the progress we've made and the work that still remains to ensure every family in Erie feels safe and informed. It's important to recognize that the work we are asking you to do and the conversations we are asking you to have do not happen overnight, and are not a one-time effort. That said, I do want to share that we recently had a genuinely positive and constructive meeting with the Erie Police Department. In that conversation, several potential next steps were discussed. Myself and other colleagues will be coordinating a Colorado Rapid Response Network, also known as CORN, training to strengthen a community-centered response. This is about ensuring the community is prepared and informed on how to support those who are most vulnerable. The Erie Police Department has expressed openness to being present at these trainings to help clarify what their role is and what it is not within the boundaries of the law. I need to be clear that we are not asking Erie PD to act outside of their legal authority or make exceptions. We understand there are limitations, and having clarity about these limitations is just as important. It allows the community to identify additional resources and partners where needed. There's openness expressed around meeting with communities of color to help strengthen communication and rebuild trust over time. The department also indicated a willingness to explore how they might be able to support families by collaborating with the local school districts, particularly those serving a high number of families of color. And additionally, the department reviewed the language in the draft public safety proclamation that I submitted on April 7th, 2026 to ensure it aligns with the current policies and practices. When I shared these updates with families, I heard something I haven't heard in months: relief. You could hear it in their voices, you could see it in their faces and their shoulders. In one instance, I sat across the table from a mom with 2 kiddos about my daughter's age, and she just started sobbing. For the first time, some families felt like maybe things were moving in the right direction. And still, there is work to do. Trust has not yet been rebuilt. We are still trying to determine how to connect families with the police in ways that feel safe, consistent, and culturally responsive to them. Today's incident near Erie Parkway and Highway 19 made that clear. While it was communicated online that the situation was not immigration related, which I do appreciate, I personally did not see information consistently shared in multiple languages. If those efforts are happening, they are not yet reaching these families. When families don't receive information in a language they understand, fear fills that gap. I found myself reassuring families, telling them that I didn't think they had anything to worry about, encouraging them to stay aware, to avoid the area, and to be cautious. And I want to be honest, I was doing that while feeling the same fear myself. I cannot guarantee their safety, and I cannot interpret silence for safety. This is not the role of a community member. I'm honored to support these families, but the fear they are living with reflects a gap in communication and visible reassurance from town leadership. The time to act is now. You have been invited to the table. You have been given opportunities to have conversations with those who have lived experiences. You have been provided language that aligns with best practices and with your own town charter. Now it's time for you to lead. Families have waited long enough. I'm asking you to place the draft public safety proclamation submitted on April 7th, 2026, a proclamation acknowledging the concerns of communities of color and affirming public safety for all residents of the town of Erie, on the agenda for next Tuesday, April 21st. I also ask that members of council, including you, Mr. Mayor, consider sponsoring this proclamation so it can be brought forward in a unified way and that it be prepared for the community to hear next week. We know there are translation services available upon request. We ask that this be communicated widely in multiple languages, no matter if services are requested or not, so families are aware that this action is being taken. We also ask that you provide language accessibility for those engaging online, including translation services with closed captions, as well as meaningful accessibility for those attending in person. Providing proactive visible language access is a meaningful first step toward language justice and an opportunity to begin rebuilding trust with the community, especially in alignment with Erie's For Everyone initiative. Reassuring these families has taken time, energy, and care, often outside of my daily roles and responsibilities, and it's been an honor to be someone they can turn to when they don't know where else to go. But I do have to ask, don't you want that honor too? Families and residents of this town are watching what happens next. I hope you choose to meet this moment with action. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Winfred Reichelt. Hopefully I didn't butcher that too bad.
My name is Win Reichelt, and not to be nitpicking, but when the town spends taxpayer money, the town should get, and the taxpayers should get top-rate quality, I think. And during the few years that I've been living in Erie, I've watched at least 3 road building, road improvement projects where I would say not top quality. If anybody wants to see them, I'm happy to show them. I do not know, of course, whether the company that you are going to contract with to do more road building or improvement in Erie is the company that is responsible for these substandard, in my book, projects. But I wonder if there's nobody that looks afterwards and has the expertise or the will to speak up to these people that produce this substandard product and say, hey, you got to fix it, or you got to pay us money back. Because, yeah, somebody is paying for that. If you build a bad road, either it's a nuisance or it costs money because a badly built road deteriorates faster, so it has to be rebuilt faster. And, yep, that's pretty much it. And I'm curious to look at the road that these guys are going to be fixing.
Okay, if you have specifics, you can send them to us, and that'll help us better understand. I can't go back and forth now in this forum, but just send the information, and then we can get it into the right people's hands.
I do not understand.
You mentioned
email.
three locations.
Yeah, yeah.
If you can send those locations to us,
okay.
then we can follow up.
And I have to admit that number one, I don't know whether it was the company that you're going to contract with, and I do not know whether it's even in the town limits. Might not be, but I think it is, and I'll be happy to bring that to your attention. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
great.
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Amy Hetlinger.
Good evening. I retired from active duty and
If you could just say your name and
Oh,
location.
excuse me. Yes, my
thank
name
you.
is Amy Hetlinger. Thank you. I'm a member of Erie. I retired from active duty and I came to Erie to live out my retirement and raise my children. Yes, I'm a bit older than the typical mother. Tradition is what unites us. Seniors have this town behind them, be it through a supportive community high school or a town parade that sends a strong message that they matter and traditions matter. We shape our future through our actions and through our support of our children, our legacies. I would like the standard set so clear and concise information is available to those eager to celebrate Erie High seniors through this traditional parade that has taken place in the past. The change of timeline does not permit for this tradition. I would humbly ask that we might grandfather this or waive this 90-day requirement this one time, and then promulgate the new timeline so that those volunteers who want to send off our children with the town behind them know the timeline here forward. In this theme, could we change the homecoming to the Thursday before the football players play their homecoming game? These athletes, our football players, have stood aside year after year due to the current parade being on the Friday of the varsity game. So our volleyball players can be in the parade, our band members, our youth football players, and many other athletes, but not our football players. Your citizens are very eager to celebrate this town's support for its high school seniors and athletes and band members. We trust you. You're our elected officials. To see how traditions unite us as we celebrate our legacies, our future, our children at Erie High School would very much please your citizens. This is a unique town. You've heard it over and over again. You know it's unique because you live here. Not every town in America has a town behind it celebrating its youth, the future of the town, the future of this nation, the future of this world. It's quite special. It's quite extraordinary. I've lived in many towns across this country, and there's only one other town that's similar like this, Libertyville, Illinois. It really celebrates its youth, its future, and everybody wants to live in Libertyville. I'd like to say that Erie is very much like that, and we need your support in order to continue to be like that, whether you have children now or a long time before or don't have children. We need your support behind Erie High and the changes we're asking for tonight. Thank you for your time and your attention. Have a good evening.
All right, thank you.
That's all I have signed up for public comment.
All right, is there anybody else that would like to address us tonight? Okay, then we're going to move on to our first public hearing. which is item 2026-242, a public hearing, a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Erie approving the Spring Hill preliminary plat with conditions.
Good evening, Council. Harry Brennan, Senior Planner. The first case I have for you this evening is the Spring Hill preliminary plat. And this is a request for approval of a preliminary plat that is a pretty big area, covers 300 acres, would include 632 residential lots and 49 tracts. That comes out to a gross density of just over 2 dwelling units per acre. The project is within sort of its own zoning district, the Spring Hill PD zoning document. And process-wise, of course, we sit here at the preliminary plat. Future required applications would be final plats and site plans for the applicable areas that are townhomes. I'll get into a little bit more background, then detail the proposal itself, and finally get into the recommendations and decision. Location-wise, this project is sort of due north from here, north of Morgan Hill, south of State Highway 52, west of Weld County Road 3, and a bit east of County Line Road. The project area is designated in our comp plan as low-density residential, so staff do find that this application is consistent with that designation, which anticipates a density range of 2 to 8 dwelling units per acre. Further, staff find that the project would be consistent with a few specific goals out of the comprehensive plan, including encouraging a variety of housing types, connecting the community through a network of public and private parks, open space, greenways, trails, and as I mentioned, increasing housing options. The zoning is the Spring Hill PD, and that divided the area into 4 planning areas, for residential, for also dedicated open space. And the land uses allowed here are pretty typical low-density residential and townhomes and duplexes. Moving into the details of the plat itself, of the preliminary plat itself. So as I mentioned, this is 632 lots spread over the 300 acres. The breakdown, as you can see, is primarily single-family dwellings with roughly then 150 duplex lots and a little under 100 townhome lots. The minimum lot sizes are fairly consistent with what's in our low-density residential zone district for similar types of housing. The 49 tracts encompass a large amount of them are for private open space, and then they also accommodate things like drainage, utilities, alleyways, those types of things. In terms of public right-of-way, this anticipates a dedication of just under 44 acres of new public right-of-way. There's also a school site designated in this preliminary plat, and that would be roughly 10 acres, just over 10 acres dedicated to St. Vrain Valley School Districts for future school construction. There will be 35 acres of public open space, dedicated public open space, and including that 35 acres of public open space, the grand total comes to 162 acres. So there's a fair amount of roughly 130 acres of private open space out here. In terms of access and roadways, so there will be, of course, a new internal network of streets. Primary access to the site will come from Highway 52. There's 1 access point planned from Highway 52, 2 access points from Weld County Road 3, and 1 connection to Morgan Hill to the south at Miranda Road. And so there are anticipated improvements that will be necessary to accommodate growing demand on these roads. Of course, Highway 52 is still under jurisdiction or CDOT jurisdiction, so they have the ultimate say on roadway improvements up there. But the improvements planned are, let me go to the next slide, a roundabout planned at Highway 52 and Weld County Road 3. This would be a full movement access at Highway 52 and the new connection with Spring Hill. And actually directly across the street to the north is where our water treatment plant is. And so that's anticipated to be a 4-way traffic signal there. And then for now, according to the traffic study, the intersections at Weld County Road 3 would be stop sign controlled. But at preliminary plat, we asked for sort of preliminary designs and analysis of these necessary improvements, and then we go through further verification at final plat, and that's when we get into a development agreement to contemplate developer contributions to some of the regional intersections like the Weld County Road 3 and Highway 52 improvements. In terms of parks, trails, and open space, as I mentioned, there's a lot of private open space planned out here. There is there's 35 acres of dedicated public open space. Community parks, we always collect that via an impact fee rather than a dedication. For the neighborhood park, as y'all are probably aware, there is a nearby neighborhood park in Morgan Hill already. So our parks department reviewed it and determined that also due to the proximity, the best case for Spring Hill would be a fee in lieu for the neighborhood park rather than dedicating new land for a neighborhood park. And that fee in lieu can also help finance some of the improvements of the Morgan Hill Park. And then finally, roughly 4 acres of pocket parks are provided, which also exceeds the requirement. This is a diagram. Here you can see all the gray areas are the private open space. The light green area is dedicated public open space, and the darker green areas are the pocket parks. And then you can also see trails on this slide. So there's a planned connection to the Spine Trail and a continuation of that up through the north of the property. Further, more minor trail connections to the school site and throughout the neighborhood to the pocket parks as well. In terms of oil and gas, one important preface to this conversation is the application was submitted in 2021 originally, and so they are subject to the rules that were on the books at that time. And those require only a 25-foot setback from plugged and abandoned oil and gas wells. However, the yellow boxes that are probably tough to see on your screens, but the yellow boxes reflect our current standard of a 50 by 100 setback box. So you can see in a lot of cases that setback could be accommodated. There is one facility that is going to need some additional cleanup. I'll talk about that more on the next slide. That's what's circled here in the blue circle. So this Coke 41-6 well has been plugged, but our environmental team informed us that it has not been formally accepted by the state. And that's due to the fact that it needs some additional cleanup. And the applicant is aware of this, and this is what led to the conditions on the resolution. So the applicant's aware, and we've stated that the town would not be able to approve a final plat establishing the legal residential lots within this boundary if until the point where that cleanup is completed. And so the applicant can talk about that a bit more, where they're at with the ECMC, the state agency. And so those sort of are the other setbacks you're seeing here. So if or until the point the state formally accepts that plugged and abandoned status, the 350 setback would apply. Just for reference, the 500 setback is what would be required under our 2024 rules, or the most recent rules. In terms of school impact, so as I mentioned, there is a school site to be dedicated or planned to be dedicated through this preliminary plat, just over 10 acres. We have not, you may remember a previous hearing of the Parkdale North preliminary plat. We had done a fair amount of coordination with BVSD on that school site. My understanding is that SVVSD is not in a rush to develop the site, and so there hasn't been as much coordination, but that certainly will be something we'll be looking at once they get closer to developing a school site. Also, this of course will benefit from the new high school that's currently under construction up in Frederick. It's not that far from here. Now I'll get into recommendations. So as you probably noticed, this application has been in progress for quite a long time. So there have been multiple public engagement events. The applicant can talk about that more as well, including some virtual and in-person meetings, and then also a site tour. When we heard this this application at Planning Commission on April 1st, we talked a lot about the Highway 52 traffic improvements, the oil and gas facilities, the character of the open space, and school impacts. They did recommend unanimous approval, or they voted unanimously to recommend approval to Town Council. So staff also find that the application complies with the approval criteria and recommend Town Council approve the preliminary plat with the following two long conditions. Number one, the applicant must provide the town with documentation that all oil and gas wells within the boundaries of the preliminary plat have achieved plugged and abandoned status with all applicable regulatory agencies or authorities. If any oil and gas wells within the boundaries of the preliminary plat are not currently recognized and plugged and abandoned, or as plugged and abandoned with applicable state and federal authorities, applicant must provide the town notice. And two, the town will not approve a final plat creating residential lots that don't comply with applicable setbacks from oil and gas wells, regardless of their status. Applicant must demonstrate that all lots being created satisfy the applicable oil and gas well setback requirements of the UDC. And finally, no further action determination has been granted from the ECMC for all ongoing remediation projects, which is the it doesn't say it specifically, but this is about the well that I mentioned that requires some additional cleanup. The public notice requirements were met for this application, or for this hearing this evening. And that concludes my presentation. The applicant also is here to present.
All right, and if I didn't say it earlier, the public hearing is open, so please join us.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members, members of the public. Thank you for your time tonight. My name is John Prestwich with PCS Group, 200 Calumet Street, Denver, Colorado. We're a land planning, landscape architecture firm, and I'm here representing the Spring Hill preliminary plat. It has been a very long process. I'd like to thank Harry, as well as members of town staff, for getting us to this point. Before we dive into the details, I always want to briefly acknowledge the extensive collaboration that has gone into really any project in Erie. We always want to recognize that it takes a significant team effort to bring forward a new community for the town of Erie, and we're all dedicated to creating a thoughtful and responsible development for the town. So, as Harry mentioned, the Spring Hill project has a really long history in the town of Erie. It started in 2014 when the property was annexed and zoned. What we're presenting here tonight isn't a new idea. It's a vision that's been carefully refined over many years with Town of Erie staff. From the initial sketch plan and preliminary plat submittals in 2014, we prepared an updated sketch plan in 2019, where we began specifically addressing comments and engaging with OSTAB. And then a significant step forward in February of 2022 with the approval and recording of the Spring Hill PD zoning. So for over 5 years, our team has been working in collaboration with the town to refine and modify the preliminary plat. And we've tackled a lot of complex issues, including the plugging and abandoning of all on-site gas and oil wells, revising the site design to meet new oil and gas standards, developing solutions for regional drainage, working with the adjacent neighbors, and incorporating an off-site roundabout design at the intersection of Highway 52 and County Road 3. So yeah, as you can see on this map, the Spring Hill community is located within the town of Erie. Spring Hill is recognized as a future community, again annexed in 2014 with an anticipated build-out of 632 homes. This location and long history, we feel like really makes Spring Hill a responsible next step in Erie's planned growth, bringing homes, connectivity, regional improvements, parks, and the extension of the town's spine trail system to the community. As Harry mentioned, we are in compliance with the comprehensive plan, roughly 2.1 dwelling units per acre, And then again, the PD zoning that was approved in 2022, the preliminary plat is designed to be fully compliant with those established standards. So this slide provides an overview of the sketch plan concept from back in 2019. And so over the years and various refinements, the on-site design has remained largely the same, but there is a significant improvement that I want to point out from the sketch plan to the proposed preliminary plat, and that is the removal of the previously planned oil and gas operation area. It's depicted in the dark green there with this preliminary plat. So to be clear, with this preliminary plat proposal, that area has been removed and there will be no more oil and gas operations on this property. And then as Harry mentioned, this is a detail of the PD. You can see the various areas for single-family, duplex, townhome, and then the dedicated open space area that we worked with the parks folks on. And so these next few slides touch on some sort of the analyses of the property that helped us inform our design decisions. This slide depicts the existing topography for the property. And in general, the property is gently rolling, but it has a soft ridge kind of that runs more or less north and south. I should point out north is to the right because it just fits better on a horizontal slide. And that ridge, then the property kind of falls to the east and west from there. There are 3 existing irrigation ditches that bisect the property. From the south, there's the through the adjacent Morgan Hill community, and it's also being piped through a portion of that community. And then approximately at the midpoint of the property on the south side, there are some really great mountain views. We've actually located a park in this location because of the views and the prominent location in the community. As we've talked quite a bit, I think everyone is aware there were a significant number of oil and gas wells on the property. This slide shows the location of the wells. Again, all the wells on the property have been plugged and abandoned. We understand, after talking with our adjacent neighbors and staff, that not all the reclamation has been fully completed. We're fully in support of the condition, and we will continue to work with the operators to make sure that the work is fully completed to ECMC standards. There is an existing wetland on the property that's been identified, and we're carefully preserving that within the design, integrating it into the community's open space network. And this area is really, at the request of the town, the area that will be dedicated to the town as open space. And then finally, this map highlights really a crucial element of the community, the spine trail extension and connections. So together with the town, we've envisioned this comprehensive trail system that takes advantage of these natural corridors, brings extensive connectivity throughout the development and to the broader Erie community. So, again, this has been a really long process. I want to briefly highlight just some of the things from the various submittals. From the initial submittal in March, we've addressed every comment working closely with town staff and other agencies. As an example, the first submittal alone led to over a year of work addressing comments related to regional traffic and regional drainage considerations. And then each subsequent submittal incorporated further refinements and solutions. Interestingly, as I said before, the on-site design has not changed significantly throughout the process. The ownership team has been working on getting all the oil and gas removed from the property, responding to the off-site drainage requirements, finding and gaining approvals for an off-site drainage channel that benefits the larger area, and also working with CDOT. In the 6th submittal in August of 24, we addressed some very minor comments, and after the 6th submittal, we prepared an alternative site design that moved roads and adjusted lots. We worked with David Frank from the town's oil and gas team to bring the proposal to align with the current town code, as well as incorporating the design elements like the roundabout at Highway 52, County Road 3, based on discussion with the town's engineering department. And that 7th submittal actually triggered new transportation comments because we had moved roads. And thankfully, we were able to work with staff without having to go through yet another formal submittal. So I want to thank staff for their flexibility and ongoing coordination. So in summary, while this has been a really long process, the primary delays were related to off-site design and agreements needed to solve regional issues and not a lack of effort or responsiveness. So again, we know that oil and gas is a critical topic. Again, we've worked with the oil and gas operators to ensure that all existing wells have been plugged and abandoned and remediation is ongoing. The preliminary plat will protect the property with a commitment that no new wells will be built. We are fully compliant with the oil and gas setbacks established in the annexation agreement. And again, in fact, we went above and beyond voluntarily updating the preliminary plat after the sixth submittal to meet the current town standards. Again, regional drainage has been another significant area of focus. I want to just say that on-site detention ponds will reduce the peak flows coming off the property by about 40%, significantly lowering runoff. A new 8-foot by 6-foot culvert at State Highway 52 will replace the current undersized infrastructure is designed for the 100-year storm, reducing the likelihood of roadway overtopping. And with this design, the historically widespread shallow flooding to the east will be directed into a defined engineered channel with a clear path to Boulder Creek. This map shows the regional drainage solution. The blue dashed line depicts the proposed drainage path coming from the east side of County Road 3 through the property in a defined channel and then through that new 8-foot by 6-foot tall culvert under Highway 52, ultimately reaching Boulder Creek. So this slide provides a more detailed illustrative version of the preliminary plat, again, proposing a diverse housing mix and lot sizes to meet market demand and attract a broad range of buyers. We think it's a thoughtful, low-density design at approximately 2.1 dwelling units per acre. A key highlight is our commitment to open space. Over half the site, 162 acres, is conserved as parks and open space. We think that delivers long-term value, recreation, and community identity. Another interesting element of the design is that 361 of the homes, or 57% of the homes in the community, directly front or back onto parks or open space, providing, we think, premium yards, views, and stronger property values. This slide highlights the park and open space areas throughout the property. Again, we're providing 35 acres of dedicated open space, quite a bit above the 28-acre requirement. We've worked collaboratively with the town's park and open space team to identify the area that they desired. The plan includes significant amenities, neighborhood amenities, with 4 acres of pocket parks, quite a bit more than the 0.8 acres required. And overall, went too far. Well, I think you get the point. There's 54% of the property is actually in open space. In terms of trail connections, we are proposing nearly 5.5 miles of total trails across the site. It includes a significant amount of town's spine trail, about 1.9 miles of that multi-use concrete trail as a community amenity. In addition, and in collaboration with our neighbors to the west, we're providing a bridge and trail connection so that our neighbors to the west have access to the overall trail network. We also have local connections throughout the community, about 3.6 miles of local trails connecting the various areas of the community. We have collaborated closely with the town's transportation team on road infrastructure. And this includes dedicated bike lanes that link the neighborhood's parks and trails. This design enhances multimodal access and represents a significant investment that boosts community appeal and supports long-term town goals. And then finally, on traffic, another key collaborative solution that's being worked on is this off-site roundabout at Highway 52 and County Road 3. Instead of a traffic signal, which is what we which we anticipated from the beginning, our team has coordinated with CDOT as well as the neighboring developers to accommodate this design. It takes up quite a bit more land, so there was a lot of time spent to make that happen. And as part of the design process, we always build a computer model to, I forgot it had music, to review the design. And so we figured we would show it today. And it really highlights sort of the entry into the community. Hopefully it gives you a flavor of the character. We're moving towards a more native, it's not bluegrass, that would be native seed. Pretty wide, detached walks. More open style fencing. And then we'll show you a couple of the parks, clubhouse, pool, and a little section of the trail where that bridge is. Even though it isn't technically a neighborhood park, it has many of the elements that a typical neighborhood park would have. And then some of the smaller little pocket type parks. And then finally, a little snippet along the spine trail, and you'll get a little clip of the bridge heading to the neighbors to the west. So that's really it for me. We think that this is a thoughtful planned community that fills the requirements of the town. We believe it represents a responsible and valuable addition to the town of Erie, providing diverse housing options, exceptional open space, and recreation. Thank you for your time and consideration. We are available for any questions you have, but I believe Mr. Elliott would like to say a couple words on oil and gas stuff, and then we're happy to take any questions.
All right, sounds good.
I guess he means me. Chris Elliott on behalf of Emmy Erie, the property owner. It's a pleasure to finally be in front of you after all this time. We've been working on this project for a very long time. As John indicated, the bulk of the issues are not what was going to happen on site, but what was going to happen off site. There was significant drainage issues, particularly between us and Boulder Creek, and it involved working with Boulder County, Weld County, and CDOT, as well as the town of Erie and the town of Frederick, to try to come up with a plan that would mitigate what has happened, it seems, every few years in that area when storms come. And we're happy to say and pleased to say that we've arrived at a solution that will mitigate the effects of the storm, reduce the amount of runoff that just spreads out and instead be contained in a channel that gets it to Boulder Creek. In addition to that, I wanted to pay special mind to the oil and gas issues. We saw clear back as far as 2019 that the only great communities that could be done in the Erie and DJ Basin was to eliminate all of the oil and gas facilities from the property rather than try to come up with a way to hide them or set them off in a corner and set back around them. And we had not less than 16 individual operating wells when we first got involved with the property, and we went out and made deals with each of the three operators to plug and abandon them all and eliminate all of the pipelines. We found out a couple days ago that one of the wells in the northeast corner had been plugged and abandoned but did not receive the technical sign-off from ECMC that indicated or changed its indication from a producing well to a plugged and abandoned well. We jumped on the phone with the producer and also with the folks at ECMC, and I'm happy to say that we're one report away from having that resolved, and that well will receive what it needs in order to be considered an abandoned well as well. So we're happy with the condition. We're going to make sure that everything is met, and we look forward to your approval and happy to answer any questions.
All right, wonderful. I think we'll move to public comment. and then we'll come back to the council for questions. Has anybody signed up tonight?
Mary Lou Lambert.
Good evening. My name is Mary Lou Lambert. I'm a resident of Erie. Quick history on my background. My roots in Erie go back to 1912 when my grandpa, fresh out of pharmacy school, moved to Erie and ran the pharmacy downtown until he passed away in 1972. He was the mayor during World War II. He was kind of a general all-around good guy. My dad was born in a little house down the street that's not there anymore, but went to school in this building. Been kicking around Erie for 60-some years. I've seen the good, the bad, the dirt streets, the break-ins, everything. The 1990s Easter egg hunts when they would give away live animals as prizes. So it's a little different now, but we still have our roots. I currently live in Morgan Hill, so directly next to this proposed development. It indeed looks very thoughtfully planned. My biggest concerns, and I think probably a lot of people's concerns, are water. Like we all saw what happened last month. Where does this go in the future? Traffic. I don't know how many of you frequent that intersection at Road 3 and Highway 52, but I think a roundabout is just accidents waiting to happen with the number of heavy trucks coming down that hill on 52 at 55 miles an hour to a roundabout. And especially if you're coming out of our neighborhoods and you're in the roundabout, they all have to stop. So I would much prefer to see a traffic light there. And I understand CDOT's involved and that's not necessarily a local decision, but that is a huge concern of us, I think, who live up that way. Services, another probably, I don't know what 692 units equates to for population, but it's probably over 1,000, I would guess, somewhere in there. And as it stands, we have to drive 15, 20 minutes to even find a grocery store. So, where does all this fit? And I understand it's a few years out before people are, the development is loaded up. But just some of those are concerns of mine. I think the comments that we heard earlier from the high school parents, it seems we're having a little bit of a growth identity crisis going on here, where we're not necessarily keeping up with all the needs of the community. I've got a granddaughter due in 6 weeks who will be the 5th generation Erie resident in my family, so very excited about that. But I just hope that as she grows up here in Erie, she knows I can turn on the water tap and get water. I can go to a school that my community supports. I can learn to drive when I'm 16 and not be afraid to go through an intersection. So final thought is, while it does look like a beautiful area, I'm worried about the amount of growth, like I said, the water, and just because we can doesn't mean we should. So thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Next is Troy Tyus.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Troy Tyus. I live at 261 Maddox Lane, which is in Morgan Hill, with my wife. And I also am in opposition to this development at this time. When we moved in to Morgan Hill, especially that particular home, we knew eventually there's going to be some building going on to the north of us there. And I understand there's been a lot of years worth of planning on this particular development. My argument would be that it's just bad timing for Spring Hill. I probably don't need to give you members of council these numbers, but maybe members of the community that are here aren't quite aware North Sky is planned for 2,144 dwellings, according to their website. It doesn't look like there's one home that's built there yet, but all the infrastructure is up there ready to go. Parkdale is not built out. Westerly is not built out and finished. Erie Town Center is not completed yet. So my argument would be that besides the water issue that previous speaker brought up, and traffic as well, I need to reemphasize as well, roundabout there on Highway 52 would be a nightmare. If any of you folks drive that on a regular basis, coming out of Highway or County Road 3, sometimes you have to wait 3, 4, 5 minutes just to get across that intersection there, or you give up and just go the opposite direction. One final thing, the senior planner mentioned that there's already a community park in Morgan Hill. There's not a community park in Morgan Hill. There's pocket parks. We still have not had the city build us a community park in that community yet. So thank you for your time.
All right, thank you.
And last is Chris Nieves. Oh, Neves. Sorry.
My name is Chris Neves. I live at 626 State Highway 52. I'm between East County Line and Weld County 3. The property under development is directly south of me. I connected them. I'm here to speak about the current and the future congestion on Highway 52 between I-25 and all the way to County Line. Right now, the peak is pretty bad in the morning and the afternoon, and it's getting worse. There are 3 developments going in off of 52 in the next 5 to 10 years, right? Spring Hill, over 600 houses, Summerfield, over 2,000 houses, and then there's a shore of Plum Creek, which is Frederick, and that's 1,100 dwellings plus 400,000 square feet of commercial. That's at County Line 3. That's 3,800 homes plus commercial going in on a road that already is overburdened. I'm disappointed. I've read the traffic reports of all 3 developments, and all 3 traffic reports talk about the current state of 52 and their development, and that's all. None of the traffic reports talk about the other 2 developments. So nobody's talking to anybody at all. The idea, you've heard it before, traffic circle County Line 3 is crazy. It's going to reduce traffic down to 40, 45 miles an hour on a road that's already 55. Already 52 is crowded. We reduce the traffic flow, the capacity of the road, when we reduce the speed. So on a road that's already full, you reduce the capacity, it's going to be more full, pardon my English. So my request to the board, well, let me step back. I understand that 52 is not in Erie and it's owned by the state. But already you should be able to see some of the traffic patterns that are affecting the residents of Erie. Coming down 52 in the evening, going to I-25, my GPS typically puts me to County Line 5 to 10 to 7 on the Erie Parkway to get out to I-25, because traffic is so backed up. So that is impacting those residents, traffic just passing by. Also, the residents of Erie, they got to work someplace, so they're going into Boulder, they're going into Longmont, they're getting on I-25. In a lot of cases, that means getting on to 52. So my request for the board, number one, I'm not against this plan at all. I think it's a beautiful neighborhood. But you need to be talking to each other. So Erie, Frederick, Weld County, CDOT all need to be talking about the plan for 52. If you go look on 52's website, there is nothing about widening 52. The only thing I see is east of I-25 of some work going on there. There's no discussion of widening 52. Crazy. We really need to review the whole idea of a traffic circle at 3. There's also planned on from Frederick, from the plumb of Shore Creek, to put another traffic circle at a new road at 3.5. So we're going to have a couple of traffic circles there. I would ask that if that's what we're going to go with, traffic circles, that we extend those added lanes, the widening of the area,
20 seconds.
all the way down to County Line, to East County Line Road, to make it. I'm thinking about myself, because I've got to exit from my property onto 52. I can see a light at that back road, and that traffic circle is just totally ruining my day. It's trying to get out at any time during the day in my neighborhood. So thank you for your time and your attention, and hopefully we can solve this. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
That was our last speaker.
All right. I'm sure we all have questions. I think water is probably going to be one of those. So I'm thinking if we can have Sarah Nermella come up and at least talk a little bit about water and, you know, how does this play into the bigger picture of some of the long-term challenges that we're running into. And I want to be clear that the situation where we asked people to turn off their water had nothing to do with our water allocations for new homes. It had everything to do with the homes that are already here. We already have water allocation, but that was the winter allocation. And when it got really hot in March, too many people were turning on their sprinklers, and that we were at a risk of not having enough water just to do the basic services. That is separate from what we're talking about here, which is long-term water. So any information you can shed on that would be wonderful.
So Sarah Nermella, Planning and Development Director. So this project would fall into the category of our planned developments, and we have a long-term outlook for approximately 7,000 units within our planned and entitled units within the town. And this would have to fall in line with the demand for water and our approach with providing water to new development, which will be, any combination of bringing in using our existing water resources, our new projects that we're working on, having those come in, and then, obviously developers can also bring in their own water. It's just a matter of timing, and I know this project will be something that builds out over time, and I don't know if the applicant wants to talk about this, your overall development timeline and when you might initiate construction and how long this development might take to build out.
I'd be happy to answer that. I think it's going to take probably 5 to 8 years for the property to build out. It's going to be subject to market conditions. There's obviously various types of homes within it, but that would be our guess.
And we're right now seeing, in terms of pace of development, we were very rapid development in 2024 with about 900 units. Our building permits pulled that year, and last year in 2025 we had about 450 building permits pulled, and we are actually slower than that in 2026. So the market has certainly slowed, and so we'll just have to see how this plays into the rest of our overall demand. And we have a lot of projects, but it's definitely slowed down in terms of pace.
So there's a chance we wouldn't have water as we have had in the past, depending on how some of these big projects that we were counting on come to fruition. And so I'm looking at the applicants. We could approve the preliminary plat and maybe even the final plat, but there may not be water in the moment you need it without you bringing your own water or without something else happening with the big picture projects that we're working through trying to figure out. And so I'm interested in, the owners. What happens if Erie doesn't have the water when it's time to build? And do we have any legal obligations if we approve the preliminary plat or the final plat with regard to water?
I will defer to our town attorney for the legal answer, legal portion of that answer.
The preliminary plat is one step. It does not set forth any legal obligations separate than it is a step in the process. So the legal entitlements will happen at the final plat.
All right, so anything we prove tonight, there shouldn't be any expectation that we have the water. There will be clarity of our water situation, I think, over the next probably 6 to 12 months is my guess, but it could be sooner, it could be later, I imagine. I just want to make sure this is out there because what I don't want to have happen is that we approve and we're on the journey to approve more housing and we don't have the water, right? So has this calculus been put into your planning and understanding?
We understand the circumstances that exist, and we'll work with the town as we move forward.
Okay. All right. All right, I'll bring it back to council for other questions. I'll start with the Mayor Pro Tem, and I'll just work our way around.
I promise you I'm not going to ask you anything about water, so got that out of the way. But I'll go to the other issue that I think I've heard a lot of curiosity on. So in the presentation, I think it's page 25, this is the only thing that have a visualization on what that roundabout might look like at Highway 52 and County Road 3. So I guess my first question is, I know this is, you mentioned there's a few partners that were involved in coming up with this solution. So other than CDOT and yourselves, who are the other developers you guys are working with on that?
Hey, with regard to the roundabout?
Yeah.
The roundabout has been something that the town of Erie, Frederick, CDOT, and I think Boulder County and Weld County have all had an involvement in the concept. We really took orders from them.
Okay. Do we have Miguel?
We didn't make this up on our own.
Sorry. Okay.
Sorry, just to clarify, the design that is shown, it was coordinated with us and the Shores at Plum Creek. The Shores at Plum Creek civil engineer actually provided us with this design.
Okay.
But our client team had to round up all the adjacent property owners and get approval for it.
Okay. Is Miguel or John here tonight?
Director Pasek.
Yeah.
In the back.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Thanks, David. Can you just kind of explain the process of how this design came up and what the thought process is in it?
Yeah, absolutely. So David Pasek, Public Works Director for the town of Erie. We were approached by the Shores on Plum Creek developer regarding the potential to consider a couple of roundabouts along State Highway 52. The town's approach to roundabouts is we always consider roundabouts as a first measure. They tend to have less severe crash ratings than typical intersections, and they do help reduce speeds along corridors. So we felt like this might be a good opportunity that we would be supportive of to help improve conditions along 52, which right now has very minimal intersection improvements along the corridor. Most intersections are often controlled by two-way stop access as opposed to like full movement stop control with the traffic signal or four-way stop, which makes it very high speed and has a lot of crash history along the corridor. So that we saw this as an opportunity to potentially partner with others to make a safer corridor through a very congested part of the town.
I'm sorry, where's the Plum Creek development?
That's just north of Spring Hill.
Okay.
It's in the town of Frederick.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that CDG or is it?
That is John File.
John
I
File,
believe is
okay.
the developer or the property owner.
All right. Okay. And then can you just explain, I mean, there's this kind of central roundabout and then there's another one off to, I'm guessing that's the north. This picture sideways. So, yeah. What's the smaller?
That's on the shores on Plum Creek.
Okay,
property,
so
I
that's
believe.
their,
So,
okay.
Yeah, that's not something that is part of this development plan specifically.
Okay. Okay, thanks. And
Yep.
I think that's all the questions I have.
Okay.
Before we go on from the roads, I think I'll see if there's any other road questions while we have David up here.
I'm happy to
Okay,
take
go
this.
ahead, Councilmember Bear.
That's totally fine.
I'm going to come back to you
Yep,
for those
okay,
two
yep,
questions,
go ahead.
but we'll get the road discussion out.
So, Highway 52 is a corridor that we talk about in Dr. Cog and the Southwest World Tip Forum. So I know that we've gotten some funding for the corridor that originally was for intersection improvements, and then development dollars came in. So I'm not sure how that's working out. I know that we had originally improvements planned in, I believe, County Road 5. Now we've shifted kind of to the other side of the road. I'm just trying to remember from like 3 months ago,
Yeah,
meeting
sure.
I was sitting in. But anyway, I know that this is a highly scrutinized corridor because it is a high crash corridor. And so I'm curious if there's, how involved Erie was in the process, since we have also been looking at this corridor for so long, as far from a planning perspective and safety.
As far as the corridor as a whole, or the specific
Well,
improvements
County Road
here?
3, I know 5 informs 3, and then, of course, County Line Road.
Yeah, so great questions. We've obviously worked pretty closely with the consultant team here and the developing team here to analyze the specific proposals as part of this development. Like you said, we do have an ongoing number of preliminary designs as part of grant funding at other intersections, and we'll be taking into account the corridor as a whole as we move forward. We also factor in the PEL for Highway 52, which is the CDOT strategic plan for the whole corridor, which analyzes current and future traffic volumes, as well as widening plans. There was some mention about future widening projects. This is planned to be a 4-lane road at some point. And there are access control plans for future, as future development occurs along the corridor. So we analyze all of those as we do our own designs, as we coordinate with developers and our partners through this process.
So can you
I
speak?
don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah. Well, so I'm just curious, like how it's going to how the improvements at County Road 5 will connect with County Road 3 and then County Line Road. As we know, those are also happening. So you mentioned the 4-lane corridor. So one of the questions we heard earlier was about traffic counts, and that perhaps this community isn't taking into account the other development. I know that we've been looking at that, but can you speak to that?
Yeah, absolutely. So with any traffic impact analysis or design that we do, we look at current traffic volumes as well as future projections. I did confirm in this traffic impact analysis, we are looking at traffic projections out to 2050, I believe, is right now. So we're looking not only for current, but we're looking for future growth as well. And as part of the access control plan, the reason that the spacings for the intersections and the movements associated with those are planned out the way they are is so that there's minimal impact between intersections as you're moving along such a high traffic corridor. So,
okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you have thought about it. Okay. So,
Yep.
I think that's everything. I may have another
For roads.
road question in here, but I don't. That's off the top of my head.
All right, Councilmember Mortolero.
Yeah, so glad to hear that you're taking into consideration all the projects that are occurring on 52 for the traffic report. So that was one of my concerns. The other one I noticed there were also road improvements on Highway 52 and Boysenberry Trail. Where's that? Or
That
might defer to.
I believe Boysenberry is the name of the new connection here.
Is that the one across from the treatment plant?
Yeah, sorry, the connection across from the treatment plant is, that's the preliminary name for that road would be Boysenberry.
Okay, yeah, because I couldn't find it.
Yeah, it doesn't exist yet. Sorry.
No worries. So what are the improvements being done at that point, at that area?
That one is anticipated to be a four-way traffic signal. I think that would also benefit. So that will align with our access drive for the water treatment plant. And so the exact timing of that and the warrant of that, I believe, would be something we look into at final plat to confirm sort of traffic counts and when to inform when the actual construction of that signal would occur.
Correct. Thanks.
Got a future traffic engineer over here. So. I'll take him.
All right. Anything else on roads?
Nope.
Councilmember Hobeck, anything on roads?
Tangentially roads, I just want to, is there every likelihood that this development will be part of or could be district into the new high school in Frederick? And if that, especially if that happens, I would just like to make sure that there's focus on bicycle traffic, coordinating with the other entities as possible. I realize that's sometimes a heavy lift, but just keep in mind kids that may be going to crossing 50 feet to go to high school.
Yeah, we can certainly look into that. I'm not sure if we have an answer on if that's going to be districted in that area, but and we'll see what we can do. CDOT's very restrictive with regard to what kind of other modes improvements are allowed on their corridors, but we can certainly
I get that.
look into that.
Something I have to ask for.
Yep.
All right. Anything else on roads? Nope. Okay, go ahead. Councilmember O'Connor.
Thank you. So County Road 3 and Dandelion, that's just going to be stop signs there, even though that would be the entrance for, say, if parents who didn't live in the neighborhood were going to enter the development to get to the school.
Just trying to confirm this, because I have it in my head that it could be a future signal if warrants are met.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's my memory from the traffic study too, was that would something we'd want to confirm, I guess, once we get to the final plat level, and then also once we get more detail on the specific layout of the school and what their access points and where whether they're looking to access off of County Road 3 or whether that would be sort of a more internal. So that's something we would definitely want to look at final plat.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that all sounds accurate, and I will say that having read through the traffic impact study, there has been some level of analysis done with regard to a future school being placed there. But obviously, as we continue into final plat, we'll look at that more closely. And once the school does come in, we'll have to reevaluate that as well when that time comes.
And just to confirm, there is no access point determined yet to get into the school property.
Yeah, the lot I believe is just being platted as PLI for right now.
So it would be essentially left as a tract at this point. And that would be in the final plat. But yeah, I think if we got any updated information from the school district on their plan size, I believe it's sized for an elementary school.
Okay.
And so once we get a little farther along in the conversations with SVVSD, or once they get farther along in their planning for when they would want to construct that school, I think we'd have a better idea, would want to reevaluate at that point.
Okay.
But yeah, there's no plan, there's no conceptual plan from SVVSD at this time that we can kind of reference at this point. So.
Okay. And then the other intersection, Boysenberry and State Highway 52. So Saint Scholastica has indicated that they're going to pursue working on their property up there, which is near the water treatment plant. I guess and that can't be answered tonight, I'm sure, but if it gets approved tonight and approaches final plat, I think it would be beneficial to have a discussion with the church and see how that's going to intersect with that intersection, and so to say. And
Yeah, we've, as part of previous pre-applications that they've had with the town, we've outlined some of the improvements that we would need to see with that specific development should they continue to move forward. And we'll continue to coordinate with them if they decide to make a formal application with the town. So,
thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, I'll come back to Mayor Pro Tem for second question, not related to roads.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Councilmember O'Connor asked my other question on the other intersection there. So I guess, sorry, find the slide where I'm looking at. Sorry, I guess it's slide 10. And just to understand, I know there's a number of drainage things that you're addressing with the development, but I also just want to go over quickly the ditches that run through the property. So I assume you're piping all of those ditches that will run through, or is it, okay? It's, okay.
With all the time that we've had, we've actually gone out and made final permanent agreements with all three ditch companies.
Okay.
And the southerly ditch, the Cottonwood, will be put in a pipe and then connected to existing piping within Morgan Hill. The other two ditches are going to stay exactly as they are.
Okay.
And we've already got crossing agreements with those two ditches for roadway crossings and trail crossings.
And the drainage solution, just so I'm understanding, because I think you can't have drainage into the ditch. So
Right.
how is that being addressed? Or
It's an amazing structure that takes the drainage water over the ditch or under the ditch, as the cases may be, but it doesn't go in the ditch.
Okay. All right. And then just for the wetlands, slide 13, the existing wetlands. So part of that runs into, sorry, is that I got the ditch names. So I guess that's the Boulder ditch through there. So with the wetlands there, I mean, are there like cattails and things that run through there? And is there, sorry, is it just?
Sorry, no. It's more like sedge type grasses. It's not cattails, and yeah.
Okay, all right, okay. So I guess there's no issue with or having to maintain for the ditch flow to go through there. So
no.
Yeah. No. Okay. All right. Yeah, that's my only question. So yep. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember O'Connor.
I've got just two other questions. So one of the public comments came from a Morgan Hill resident regarding the construction traffic. How is the construction traffic anticipated to be handled so that it hopefully doesn't go through the existing neighborhood?
We can take measures to prevent traffic from going through there. No, based on the layout of the community, there shouldn't be a reason for people to be driving through there anyway. But we can take certain measures to prevent it.
Okay. And my other question, I guess slide 25 would be the best on this one.
Is that the roundabout one?
It's the roundabout one, but it's not about the roundabout. Well, maybe it is about the roundabout. So the future commercial, how is it anticipated to enter that portion?
The access?
The access.
Access will have to be determined when that particular application comes in, but the expectation is that you'll access from the internal road on the south side.
That one that curves into it?
Right.
Okay. And there's no anticipated basically curb cuts on 52. You probably couldn't do it that
right.
close
You don't
to the
want
circle.
to do that.
Yeah. You couldn't get there.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I just wanted to understand how that factored into the overall project. That was it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Pescarelli.
Yeah, I had question about the drainage, but I think Mayor Pro Tem asked, and I'm good.
So you're
We
good?
can move on.
Okay, Councilmember Hoback.
Nothing more, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Mortellero.
So yeah, there are a lot of ditches running through the property, and I appreciate all the work that you guys have done, especially around the oil and gas, mitigations. And I know that takes a lot of work, a lot of time. And I know that's not finished yet, but I appreciate all the work that is being done. The ditches, I guess, I'm concerned about detention, and so the detention won't go into the ditches, is what I heard. Okay. And what is the flow from the detention ponds, out?
The volume?
The direction and
it flows to the west and then through a channel and then to the northwest corner.
okay. All right. Thanks. Okay. And so also, piece was that you'll have no further action around the oil and gas issued by the ECMC. So appreciate that. I think a lot of mine have been answered. What another question I had was, what's in the southeast portion? So down in the slide maybe 5 of the staff.
Is it this little? Are you talking
No, off
sorry.
the property, outside of the.
This little notch where the cursor is now? Is that?
There and east of there, across County Road 3. Is
that is an existing residence actually, so that property owner would remain untouched through this, and then I believe east across the street it's also. Let me actually pull up my map before I answer. Across the street, it's currently undeveloped. That it is a larger rural property across to the east, and actually, those are not incorporated into the town of Erie currently. Those are in unincorporated Weld County.
Okay.
But those would remain as is.
Okay.
Yep.
Thanks. And it also, you guys are already coordinating on the drainage with CDOT, Erie, Weld County, Frederick. Are there concerns with the progress that with the mitigation that you've done? Is it aligned with all Weld County and Erie standards?
It does. In fact, it goes beyond.
Okay. Yeah, just I want to make sure that we're not creating any new flooding areas and whatnot. So.
No, we are actually going to be able to walk away knowing that we made an improvement in the community, the broader community, with the drainage.
Great. And the other thing I read was there a lot of Russian olive trees on the property, and I know those are thirsty animals. Are you going to be able to get rid of several of those, or will you be able to replace those with native trees and shrubs?
Yeah, for sure. That was noted by OSTAB in the tree report that was done. If they're close to the ditch and we don't need to take them, we probably wouldn't. But they noted there's only like 4 trees, I think, on site that they would actually recommend keeping. So we'll be replacing with a lot of more xeric native plantings,
Okay,
and not invasive.
Great, and hopefully that'll help with the other wells in the area and whatnot. If we're taking out less water out of the ground, so appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Bear.
Thank you. So a few of my questions have been asked, so. So the phasing on the Highway 52 roundabout, since you're working with another developer across the way to, I assume, acquire all the necessary land and get that built, what is the timeline, do you think, on that?
We have an agreement between our Metro District and theirs to cooperate when the first party goes. We don't want to build half a roundabout. If a roundabout ultimately is selected, we want to see the whole thing built so that the whole thing functions. And the agreement we have with them is that whoever gets there first builds it, the other party pays their share at that time.
Okay, so you'll split cost and one person or one entity will build it.
Right.
Okay. But you don't have a timeline on that?
Don't know at this point.
Okay. Is there any opportunity to invest in bus stops or anything like that along Highway 52 or County Road 3 as we are hoping to build out our network? I just threw it. A
We'd look at these guys for that.
Yeah, sorry.
We could definitely engage McGill in reviews of the final plat and see whether I guess there were any appropriate sort of extension RTD route extensions or stop improvements, or if there are like Erie B or other types of transit related improvements we could work into this.
Yeah, I think that would be great, especially because it is kind of on the far side of town to be able to connect it back in. I like the trail connections. I think that's great, kind of like we have the Cold Creek Trail on the other side of town to connect into Old Town and beyond. And then we'll have the Burt Trail that goes into Boulder that hopefully we could connect this to. But those are comments we hear from other neighborhoods like Parkdale and Compass that they wish that they were more connected to town. So just that kind of forward-thinking connectivity mindset, I think, is good. And then the trees was a question I saw. That's 85% of the trees on property. So looking forward to a replacement plan. And I know that our forestry department has recommended trees, and hopefully we can get some native trees in there, whatever that looks like. And then the fee in lieu for parks. Another concern we hear from Parkdale residents is they wish they had more parks or they had a central park. Thank you for the video. That was helpful to see kind of the vision. I'm just curious how we're ensuring adequate parks for this community.
The way I kind of look at this park is, even though it's not a neighborhood park, it's almost 4 acres and change. So that's larger than any of our parks out at Parkdale. And as you all know or are aware, we redesigned the pocket parks to make even though they were smaller, much more usable. So we've kind of thought that way through this one already. And it is, I understand the frustrations with getting the neighborhood parks built, but this park will be built by this community. So it's kind of a double benefit to me, in my mind. The Morgan Hill community gets the dollars, but this community actually gets the park built.
Yeah, that's good perspective. Thank you. And then oil and gas. Appreciate that this development is going to use our current standards, which are our strongest standards, and appreciate that you've removed the planned future oil and gas development. I remember Parkdale and Cornflower, how those kind of were together. So I just had some questions about the setbacks. The previous setback was 25 feet. Are there any planned houses within 25 feet of a plug and abandon?
No. We modified the plan to fit the 50 by 100s.
Okay, perfect. And then is St. Vrain aware that there is a plug and abandon on that school site?
They are. We've been working with them quite a bit.
Okay, great. And then the Coke 416 well, and the remediation, is there further soil reclamation that needs to be done or any water that was
There's really a report that needs to be filed, and that's it. And we're making sure that gets taken care of right away.
Okay. And the report is literally just, it's done?
It is.
Or they need to sign off and make sure there's no more contamination, or?
I'm not sure exactly the process, but based upon what the operator has represented, the work is all done. And now it just needs the report to be completed and filed, and then they'll do it. They'll make the conversion.
Okay. Well, best of luck. I hope that happens soon for you. All right, those are all my questions. Thank you.
All right, I just have a couple more around the parks. There is a park plan. I don't know if we can get that up on the screen. I just want to make sure. So the Morgan Hill situation, the Compass situation, where the parks didn't immediately get built, and we're working through both communities. Those will both get started this year. On this park plan, are there any of these parks that the town will take the lead in building? Or did I hear you correctly that you are building out all the parks?
We build them all.
You
Here.
build them all, and you're still giving us fee and lieu.
Right.
Why are you doing that?
Well, because we did it at Parkdale too, where we came in and we had wanted originally to do a neighborhood park, and the direction we got was, well, we got this big one in Compass, why don't you contribute to it instead? So that's what we did. But we've made sure that with the last filings at Parkdale that we incorporated bigger, fully developed parks that we took care of up front.
Okay, and I get that for the Parkdale Compass because you're helping to pay for the big park nearby
Right.
that you can get to. Is there another nearby park that you're expecting the residents of Spring Hill to go use? You see where I'm going with?
Sure.
I'm just trying to figure out the.
I mean, the folks from Morgan can come use this park. It's just like when
butted up against each other.
Correct. Yeah. It's just like when the neighborhood park gets built there, these folks could go use that. I mean, they're open.
Got it. So there's no more park liability for Spring Hill,
Correct.
like the town area. Right. That's the bottom line. Okay, that's cool. Let's see the video. Awesome video.
Thank you.
I will be looking as this gets developed to see if it meets that, and if it doesn't, I'll come look for you guys to say, hey, what about this?
It will.
I think we often get that, right, the nice renderings, but then when it comes to be, sometimes it doesn't always meet that higher look and feel, and I believe that you've shown us something, and now we have that in our minds, and I'm looking forward to seeing it develop. Okay, with that, I will close the public hearing. I'll bring it back to council to see if there's any further discussion, questions, or if there's a motion to approve Resolution 26079. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, just a few brief comments. First off, thank you for the presentation. I know you guys have done a lot of work in the town. You do excellent work. You've been great partners, and I appreciate the work that went into this. Yeah, I agree. The video was great, and we don't always get that, so it's nice to see a visual representation of that. Just a couple things. For the general public, the kind of water things that were mentioned before, that's a macro issue, and as the mayor mentioned, there's going to be more information coming out about that. I don't see that there's anything that would hold this plat back based on that. And to the issue of the roundabout, and this is one that for the plat, and for those looking online, if you see the large mat, the roundabout is actually not part of what we're approving, so that's another decision. But I will say that I do share concerns about the roundabout there. So I just say to staff that I think before this gets too long down the road, because one of the concerns that I have is it sounds like there's another developer in another municipality that came to the town, and we had discussions on that. I don't know if anyone else, to my knowledge, this is the first time that I'm seeing that there. So I'm a little surprised about it. I don't think that's a great place to put a roundabout on a major arterial road. I mean, I was driving 52 back in the 90s, and because I worked at IBM, the plant out there, which is now part Kyndryl, part Ricoh. There's Lockheed out there. There's Qualcomm, so it's a major employment center around Gun Barrel. A lot of people work there, drive back and forth, just like people going into Boulder to go to Google. And one of the problems with roundabouts is that, they're safer for, side collisions and that sort of thing. But the problem is for emergency vehicles is they pretty much have to jump the median to get into here. And we have the fire station up at County Road 7. So that's going to be the closest fire station to this community until Mountain View decides to build another one. We also have our Northern Water reclamation facilities out there. There's a lot of industrial activity that's happening around there. Somebody mentioned the trucks driving there. That's not a great place for a roundabout. So I'm concerned that it got this far down the pike, and we're just kind of learning about this. And it sounds like you guys were basically kind of directed in this direction, and that's fine. So that's nothing that I think stops this plat. So I think I like what I see here. If it's the character of the town, appreciate with the parks and District 2, Morgan Hill. This is kind of in my area, and that was one of the big concerns of Morgan Hill was just because of some of the deals we were doing with developer agreements we were doing at the time had this huge large area, and unfortunately with our TNAC funds there weren't enough to develop that park. Glad to see you guys have a plan for doing that, but you're still contributing into the system so we can help the folks out in Morgan Hill. We did come up with plans for Morgan Hill this year that we're going to be able to get a park there sooner than later. It's kind of a scaled back park, but that was one of the big concerns we had going through, and I appreciate you guys being part of a collaborative effort to solve a problem for the town and to ensure when residents do go into a new community that they have something there, because that's a huge selling feature. So appreciate that, and I don't have any other things. Yeah, just thank you for all your work.
All right, any other deliberations? Councilmember Bear.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate that this is a corridor that we have looked at in our regional planning tables for a while on Highway 52, and been advocating for safety funding for specifically intersection improvements. So I want to ensure that our town engineer and our transportation division agrees with all of the planned improvements along that corridor, because that was something through Dr. Cog a couple years ago, that we were able to successfully advocate for funding and design. And so I want to ensure that these plans match up with those, and that the safety benefits are actual and beneficial for the community. So I'll defer to the experts on that. So just want to ensure there's good communication there, and also with Frederick. They're also at the Dr. Cog table with us, so good partners. I also just want to say thank you for your efforts around the oil and gas. I appreciate how hard the whole process is, and just want to extend my gratitude for working so hard to get all of those old wells plugged and abandoned to ensure safety for this community. Oil and gas is a big deal in Erie, and it comes up a lot, and so I just appreciate your extra efforts there. And those are all my comments. Thank you.
All right, other deliberations? Or a motion to approve Resolution 26079?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll go on to our second public hearing tonight, which is item 2026-234, a public hearing and ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Erie approving the Canyon Creek Plan Development Amendment Number 11. You're just switching seats and you're right back with us.
Yeah, I don't know why I always switch seats, but
That's okay.
all right, let's see here. So thank you for listening to me again. The second case I have for you this evening is the Canyon Creek PD Amendment Number 11. And so the specific request this evening is for a zoning change, essentially to change the allowed uses in a particular area in the Canyon Creek PD from residential, which is existing, to commercial, and then also update the associated development standards to match the use instead of being for residential. Just to clarify, we are not approving, or if council chooses to approve the PD amendment tonight, that does not give any site plan approval. We would definitely have to go through a separate site plan and plat application. So just to be clear, all that's before you this evening is the zoning change, not a site plan. And so location-wise, this is at the southwest corner of Erie Parkway and Meller Street. And so County Line Road is just off the screen to the right here, to the east. And the property is within the greater Canyon Creek PD. And currently, the allowed uses on this property are residential and childcare. And that's evolved a little bit over the life of the Canyon Creek PD. So originally, this property was designated as a child care center in the early Canyon Creek PD. And then in the late 2010s, an applicant came through and requested to be allowed to do a PD amendment that would allow residential here. So that PD amendment was approved, but that never got built. And so that leads us to this latest proposal here is to, rather than doing residential here, to do commercial. And so our comprehensive plan does designate this as residential medium. However, if you remember in our new comp plan, secondary uses are contemplated, and the thought is that there may be opportunities to mix in these secondary uses rather than always just having one use across the board, which is rather inflexible. Of course, the market demands change over time. So neighborhood commercial is identified as a possible secondary use in the residential medium category. And there are a few specific goals in the comp plan that speak to, or that this project sort of aligns with. So cultivating a mix of local, unique, creative businesses, creating activity centers within established neighborhoods, and encouraging infill development and adaptive reuse of existing structures and properties. So not existing structures in this case, but existing property. And also evaluating integrating small-scale retail uses into existing single-use neighborhoods to help reinforce availability of services and amenities. Location-wise, you can see this is bordered on the south and the west directly by the existing residential neighborhood. And you can see there is an existing traffic signal at Erie Parkway and Meller Street. I'll get into a little more detail about the proposal now. So this PD amendment specifically only impacts this particular parcel or group of parcels, in this case as it exists today. So just this highlighted area, it doesn't touch anything else in the Canyon Creek PD. And so there are sort of two main things that this PD amendment is doing. The first is updating or amending the list of allowed land uses. So as I mentioned today, all that's allowed on on this property is daycare or medium density residential. All of their land uses are prohibited. So this PD amendment would open it up for or replace those uses with commercial uses, but through two hearings at Planning Commission and some various reviews with staff, we've narrowed the list down considerably in order to help promote uses that are more compatible with the neighborhood. So specifically things that would be prohibited would be auto repair, car wash, light industrial, pawnbroker, gas station, anything with a drive-through. So it's really been a tailored list to try to encourage the smaller scale and also encourage uses that are less auto-oriented that rely on drive-throughs. This PD amendment also updates the development standards to align with the commercial uses. So This would be essentially 0-foot setbacks along the the west and the north sides along the street in order to encourage buildings to be closer to the street and locate parking in the back. And then there would be a 20-foot rear setback, and also wherever it abuts a residential district, so that would be on the south or the east, there would be a required 20-foot setback. And also the applicant was willing to lower the building height lower than actually what it even is in the CC zone district to 25 feet in order to try to be compatible with the neighborhood. And just to specify a little bit, so that setback that I mentioned to residential areas must be landscaped. It cannot contain buildings, parking, or driveways, and that's specified on the PD zone document. It also stipulates that any commercial development also has to go through our development standards that are already in the UDC for commercial development. And those get into things like building orientation, building material, architecture, and landscaping. Now I'll get into the recommendation. So the applicant did hold a neighborhood meeting back in December, and so key questions and concerns that came out of that were related to buffering, and so how this site was going to interact and affect adjacent properties in terms of lights, privacy, and then thinking about landscaping as something that could help screen. Uncertainty over the future uses, since this is sort of in the early stages. At this point, it's just the PD or just the zoning proposal. The applicant doesn't have a specific user in mind, so there is some uncertainty about what the future user might be. And then pedestrian safety also came up. As I mentioned, we went through 2 planning commission hearings. So some of the specific asks that came up in planning commission at the first hearing were regarding the parking requirement to make that essentially more flexible and more dependent on the individual uses to try to minimize a situation where something might be overparked, and in order to help encourage more walkable type uses. And then, provide a little more clarity on the landscape setback, what that buffer between residential and commercial would look like. And then also lower or further define this list of approved land uses, hopefully to avoid anything that presented an obvious conflict with the existing neighborhood. And then lowering the height as well. So in summary, staff do find that this application is consistent with the approval criteria, and Planning Commission did vote unanimously at their second meeting to recommend approval to Town Council. Public notice requirements were met for this hearing this evening. And I also want to keep in mind we have had a public comment throughout at the neighborhood meeting, at the 2 Planning Commission meetings. And I want to acknowledge those are all very valid concerns, and that staff will be keeping those things in mind if this moves on to site plan and plat when we get a more detailed idea of what the actual user would be and what site layout might look like. Ranging buildings, ensuring adequate screening through landscaping and fencing, and then further promoting this walkability. There's also a bus stop on Erie Parkway just to the north of this, and so something we're contemplating is requiring the applicant to make some improvements to that bus stop as well. And that concludes my presentation. I believe the applicant also has a short presentation.
All right. Will the applicant come in? And in case I didn't say it, this is the public hearing is open.
Good evening. My name is Dominic Schwartz, and I am the Project Development Manager for Emerald Development. Emerald Development is a small family-run real estate development and investment firm based in Boulder. The family has roots in Boulder County going back nearly 50 years, and our work is focused on small-scale housing, community-based neighborhood retail, and mixed-use projects along the Front Range. One of our current projects is the new Boulder Museum of Contemporary Art, which reflects our broader focus on context-sensitive, community-oriented development. We're here tonight regarding Canyon Creek PD Amendment Number 11. We are requesting an amendment to allow for limited neighborhood-serving commercial uses. Our goal is to ensure the site's development is both feasible and compatible with the surrounding neighborhood through clear, enforceable guardrails. With that, we'll move into this short slideshow presentation. This proposal is for a small-scale shopping center at the corner of Erie Parkway and Meller Street. The project will serve residents in the surrounding neighborhoods by providing local retail. Currently available grocery options are all more than 3 miles away. Spending analysis shows that Erie residents do the vast majority of their shopping in neighborhood communities. Anticipated tenants are a local market and other storefront retail. The market will offer fresh produce, a small selection of groceries, and prepared foods. Other businesses would be selected based on neighboring residents' needs. Spaces will be small, and local businesses will be prioritized when leasing. The proposed uses differ from those permitted by the PD, which currently allows medium-density residential and a daycare center. The proposed PD amendment will provide commercial, business, retail, and/or food and beverage uses that will be within walking distance of numerous residential neighborhoods. Promoting a pedestrian-oriented community can improve physical and social health. The proposed plan includes multiple single-story buildings. Adequate parking will be provided with access from Meller Street, and the buildings and parking will be screened by landscaping on all sides. Screening will be particularly important along the site's south and east property lines, where it will separate the project from adjacent residential lots. I think we're pretty familiar with the actual location. And this is, just to be clear, this is not a site plan by any stretch of imagination. This was really just this is a concept diagram that we used to sort of initiate a feasibility study to make sure it sort of penciled out. And some of the changes that we made to zoning with planning and the neighborhood in consultation is noted here as far as reduced parking and things of that nature and setbacks and whatnot. And with that, I would turn this back over to council.
Okay, we'll see if anybody has signed up to speak on this tonight.
Yes, Brianna Kucha.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Brianna Kukta. I'm a resident of Erie. So I live in the Canyon Creek neighborhood, just 0.3 miles from this proposed development site, and I'm here on behalf of my husband and I to speak in favor of this. We love to walk. For the past 6 years that we've lived here, we walk around our neighborhood probably 2 or 3 times a day, and almost every day we bemoan the fact that there is nowhere we can go in this sea of houses. When we walked in the past this sign for the first time, hinting that there might be a development in the area, we got really, really excited. We were imagining what businesses, restaurants, and services we could actually walk to instead of having to drive far, far away to do things. This is exactly the kind of change that we hope to see to our neighborhood when we first moved here to Erie. The Strong Towns organization says that there are 4 things that makes a community truly walkable. That walks need to be comfortable, interesting, safe, and especially useful. You need a destination. I am a really strong advocate for allowing commercial zoning within and next to residential areas. That small commercial sites like this one in our large swaths of housing will give us a useful reason to walk, a reason to shop within our neighborhoods without having to always drive and get in our cars. I know some neighbors might seem concerned about the increase in traffic or cars into our neighborhood, but I would ask them and you to consider what makes people have to drive to get to shops like these. It's not having shops like these in their own neighborhoods that they themselves can walk to. Small commercial spaces within walking distances of our homes is an important step in the direction of less driving, less cars, and less traffic overall. I will also say here I was really pleased to see in the presentation there was a note about no parking minimums and perhaps building the buildings close to the streets with having parking behind. I think that will really help orient this to neighborhood walkability and also add to the visual appeal of our neighborhood rather than having parking be the first thing you see. To conclude, if we put a stop to adding commercial spaces like this in neighborhoods because we fear change or losing a little bit of our own comfort about having our neighborhoods look a certain way, I think we are handicapping ourselves and our communities for the future. I think that we need to prioritize community progress and community-oriented commercial spaces for our own future. My husband and I very much want this development to go forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Next is Lunel Gilliand. Thank you.
Welcome.
Lunel Gilliland on Matthews Circle in Erie. And a couple of things in the presentation, and I've been at all three, the Zoom meeting and the 2 in person, that I think weren't really brought out as concerns is regarding the traffic. There's one driveway for this particular property that sits on Miller. So there would be only one way in and out, and that's a pathway that the kids take to Red Hawk Elementary. And there's a lot of dog walking and bicycling along the way. Also, I think the plans that were altered to do shrubbery and trees was great, but the houses along this sit up above it. So even with shrubbery, they're going to be looking down onto the buildings and the cars. Another thing is, obviously, it seems redundant to what's going on at Town Center. It's a quarter of a mile away. We're going to have a lot of shops there. And lastly, what we've also talked about, the water concerns. Should we really be building more with what's going on right now with water? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jeremy Tabor, and he is online, so let me get him switched over here. Jeremy, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak.
It just had me join as a panelist. Can you hear me?
Yes.
There we go. We can hear you.
Hi there. My name's Jeremy Tiber. I live in Bashir Court. I've lived in Erie for about 18 and a half years. I've seen a lot of growth. I support a lot of growth. And I've been to all the other planning meetings that have been here. The speaker that spoke earlier today was the first real support of this. The other planning meetings have been largely 100% opposition to this for the neighbors that come in and would be in contact with this. They've sent letters and spoken about this and talked a lot about why we as a neighborhood don't want this. First and foremost, there's just a lot of things that can be happening right around: trash, late night deliveries, light pollution, noise, things that no houses want right next to their house. But one of the things that really comes to me is that I have 2 kids that go to Red Hawk, and every one of the kids in this neighborhood that goes to Red Hawk, this isn't a bus route. We have to take our kids to Red Hawk, and most of our kids walk to Red Hawk because it is so close. I walk on that sidewalk, and my kids walk on that sidewalk almost every single day, and having cars going in and out of there from a commercial aspect just doesn't make sense and is incredibly dangerous for our kids. One of the other things that they're trying to say is like getting rid of the parking minimums, which is just going to cause people to park in our neighborhoods and in our cul-de-sacs and in our streets. I'm also in great opposition to that. One of the things that I see, and I'm a big proponent of having things come into our neighborhood, having Erie growth, having things, this whole town of Erie growing. I'm pro that, super excited about the town center. That's 2 blocks away from where this is going to be. Everything that we say that this is going to provide, potentially a supermarket, all these things are going to be 2 blocks away. There's no need for this to be where it is and just having the whole big Erie town center being just 2 blocks away. We're also talking about how we've been out of space. There's empty fields just south of the velodrome and things of that nature where there could be other commercial. We don't need this pocket here. And for those that say they want walkability, walking that extra 2 blocks is not a big deal. I'd love to see more development here. I also would like to see less developers controlling this stuff. I would have loved for our HOA to have bought this land when it went up for sale, but it wasn't zoned for us. Developers buy these things and have you guys change what they're allowed to be instead of taking the responsibility of what it was supposed to be or allowing it to be open for the neighbors. I looked at the presentation that was given earlier on the big subdivision that's going in. There was a star and a word of commercial in hopes that somebody else is going to take care of that. But I'd like to see you guys have these developers plan in the commercial instead of thrusting it into our neighborhoods and onto us. I've seen the PD amendment and it's changed a bit over time, but it still has things in it like restaurants that can be running until 2 in the morning, commercial amusement and indoor facilities that can be going late, urgent care that can be having ambulances coming and going from those things. These are very disruptive things to a neighborhood and especially next to houses. So I know, like, if this was next to your house, you wouldn't want this to be at your house. If you were lied about what was going to be in that lot next to your house, you wouldn't be excited about that either. I'm asking you not to be held hostage to what these developers are asking and to have the sites that we move into be held to what we were promised that they were going to be.
20 seconds.
I think that's my time.
All right, thank you.
That's the last of our speakers.
All right, is there anybody else in the audience who would like to talk to us, address us on this particular topic? All right, seeing none, we'll come back for council to ask any clarifying questions. Anybody like to start? Councilmember Mortolero.
No.
How about we go Mortolero and then we'll come this way this time.
Okay.
All right. Couple things. First, yeah, I've gone back and forth on this. I walked the property the other day to get a feel for it. And what I came out with was the benefit or the negative impact to the neighborhood around it is really going to be based on what goes into this space. I do appreciate the height restriction being dropped from 35 feet to 25 feet. So I guess my first question is around light and noise pollution mitigation and what the plans are for that.
Yeah, so I think I'll take a first stab at it. So we, a couple of unique, or I guess the unique thing about this PD is that it requires this 20-foot setback, and it's specific that this can't be a place where trash enclosures go. It can't be where people are parking or a drive aisle is. It specifically has to be a landscape buffer. So that's one item. I think there are a lot of other items that are a little more detailed that we would get into at the site plan review, but we do have our code, our UDC requires or has standards related to light spill. So for example, lighting has to be full cutoff. It has to be lower than 1 foot candle, which I can't off the top of my head explain to you exactly what a foot candle is, but we evaluate photometric plans, so they have to the applicant has to demonstrate to us essentially that the light spill at the edge of the property won't be above this 1 foot candle and won't be affecting properties beyond the boundary of the parcel line. We also have standards related to the placement of the trash enclosure, so that that would help us sort of fine tune the location of it to be sure it's not on a street facing side, but it's also not too close to the residences on the back. We do also have in our municipal code, of course, we have a noise ordinance, and so that does place restrictions on noise levels. I don't remember the specific times of night, but overnight, and there's a certain actual decibel level that's a maximum that's defined in our noise ordinance. So there are sort of a number of various code sources that would help us enforce, I guess, some of these compatibility issues. But certainly some of it would be talked about during the site plan and really refined during that site plan when we know exactly what kind of building we're looking at, what kind of user, and what kind of restrictions we would be looking at on a specific user.
Yeah, because I think, the parking lot lights are going to be important, that they don't go outside of the property and that it's not shining in folks' bedroom windows and whatnot. Can we restrict the operating hours to?
That is a good question. We we actually did have that conversation after, I believe after the first planning commission meeting. And I believe what we determined at the time was that we didn't have any code that would allow us to restrict operating hours.
Yeah, because I'd be very concerned if there was a 24-hour shop or something that people could be going to, you know, we've got to respect people working and whatnot, and, you know, 9, 10 o'clock, it needs to be, you know, we can't have a lot of traffic, you know, going into a commercial area that's this close to a neighborhood. So I would suggest that we look at what our options are, you know, for operating hours, and how to make sure that what goes in there isn't operating, you know, after hours. It mentioned, you know, that local market. Are you currently working with a local market that's interested in this space?
No, not as of yet. I mean, we're really just trying to get rezoned so we can get into the site plan to figure out what we can really, you know, what works for the neighbors, and, you know, and then dig into possible tenants.
Okay. So the next step is a site plan. What happens what process after that, and does it come back to us?
That's a good question. So the next step would be sort of 2 concurrent applications. So a site plan application and then a minor subdivision application. Now, most likely, depending on the square footage of the proposed development, those would both be administratively reviewed. So a site plan triggers a review by planning commission, I believe when it's more than 20,000 square feet. But even then, that goes to planning commission. It doesn't actually come to town council. The only thing that might come back before town council, or likely would actually come back before town council, would be the development agreement associated with a minor subdivision plat. And to clarify, the reason they would need to do a minor subdivision plat is because currently the property has been platted out into townhouse lots, and so the developer would have to combine those back into 1 or 2 commercial lots or something like that. But I anticipate we would do a development agreement with the plat, and that would likely come back to council on consent agenda.
Okay, likely come back or definitely come back?
So development agreements don't always come to town council. I would say this will, because it will involve public improvement. So if a project is requiring any public improvements, so that typically is like improvements outside the property line, so within the right of way. That's one of the things, or dedication of new public utility easements, both of which I think would be the case in this. So yes, a development agreement would come before you on consent agenda for this.
Okay, thanks. And who would own and operate the businesses on the site? Was the developer going to keep ownership, or will you be selling the development area, the site, once it's complete?
No, our intention is to hold this property for long term, as we do for all of our other properties. We don't buy land, develop, and flip them.
Okay. Thanks. Those are my questions.
Okay, we'll come back to Councilmember Bear.
Thank you for the presentation. We have heard a lot from the community on this particular spot, so it is a hot topic. So I guess one of the questions I have is that this corner has sat for a long time undeveloped, vacant. That doesn't mean that it's open space. I think that we have a hard time with that in the community sometimes. But I'm curious why nothing's happened there before. Something I'm sensitive to is changing the zoning for folks. So
that's a great question, and I may use this opportunity to tag in Julian if he's still here. I think I can speak to it a little bit too, but I think the size is a challenge. So I think it has been passed over by a lot of the bigger developers just due to the size. It is, for comparison, this is This is 1.8 acres, which is roughly the same as the Walgreens that's on the southwest corner of County Line Road and Erie
okay.
Parkway. So it is a pretty small site we're talking about. But I don't know if, maybe Julian, we have him for a few more minutes. Might be able to speak to the market conditions or market demand a little bit.
Sure. Hello. Julian Jacquin, Economic Development Director for the town. I think in as short as possible, it's not considered commercial at the time. So there just hasn't been interest because nobody knows it's available for commercial purpose. I think living here for 5 years, I've always wondered the same question of what's available here and why hasn't it happened? But I've never once until this process considered commercial because it hasn't been allowed at this location. And if I'm thinking that, the developers are probably thinking the same.
Okay. Okay, so zoning would clear that up. A couple of things that we heard from the community is it's not necessary because there will be a grocery store, knock on wood, knock on all the things, at the, hopefully at some point in town center, it's contemplated to go there. So is that a consideration when you're thinking about zoning and possible tenants?
Yeah, 100%. I think for us, town center, we view that it's more of a regional hub. It's a large development. What we currently have drawn is roughly 17,000 square feet in 2 buildings, so 8,500 square feet per building. This is not a grocery store that you might be thinking of a King Soopers or a Whole Foods or something to that effect. We're thinking more of a neighborhood bodega. The idea of this property is to embed this in the neighborhood to make it more of a walkable, community centric shopping center. So we don't view this as a competitor to that regional hub of town center.
It's different. Serves a different use, purpose, customer.
Yeah, I see big box retail going there as opposed to this, which is much just a smaller, smaller units, 1,000 square feet, 1,200 square feet, maybe 1,500 square feet in a larger space.
Okay. Another concern we just heard about was that the one driveway. I know this isn't a site plan, and so we would get to that later. Is it safer to have, an entrance and an exit, 2 separate driveways? Is it safer to have, if we're talking about walkability, we want people to be using the sidewalks to get here. What should we expect for the community safety?
Yeah, those are great questions. One of the challenges here obviously is partially that it is a small site, but also the proximity to the signalized intersection at Meller Street and Erie Parkway. So in the review by our transportation team, they have indicated that they would not accept a new curb cut or new access point off of Erie Parkway, given the close proximity to that intersection. And so that really does sort of restrict the vehicular access points on this lot. And that's also part of the reason that the one access point here has been pushed so far to the south, is to gain as much distance as possible from the signalized intersection. I will say that I am certain that our team will be thinking through the pedestrian connections and what would require some type of improvement, whether that's a crosswalk or some kind of raised crosswalk at that entrance. And certainly would be thinking about visibility lines too for cars that are exiting this sort of parking area. I think the pedestrian safety is a great question, a very valid concern, and something we would definitely be looking at when we get into a site layout.
Okay. I think I think that would be the focus for this. If it's like walkability, we want it accessible to pedestrians. So any pedestrian safety improvements, trail connectivity, bus stop improvements, I think should be front of mind. And then in one of the slides, I can't remember whose slide it was, I didn't write it down, but you talked about promoting walkability. Is there something we can include in the design or the whole process that we're promoting walkability?
That's a good question too. I'm trying to navigate back to my presentation.
Yeah, and if I might also just mention that at the last planning commission meeting, there has been such a very strong concern about pedestrians, kids walking to school. And, I was asked and wholeheartedly agreed to, for the traffic study was to really make it pedestrian centric, to really try and, which is also part of reducing the parking space count, is to make this not just a piece of asphalt, and to try and figure out ways to make it walkable. Maybe there's a path that can walk through there. There's a way to sort of bypass certain spots potentially. These are things we can't really see yet, but we are going to investigate.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, anything?
Yeah, so I had similar questions, and I know that from the signalized intersection there, so on Miller, you have the two turn lanes there, the left turn and a straight through right turn lane. It's kind of hard to see from, I had to go into Google Maps because you can't really get a high-res photo on there, but you can, from your photo there, the top yellow bar on the on the property there, the kind of the bottom of it, that's, sorry, yeah, just right up a little bit. Sorry, down to the side, and yeah, that one there. The bottom of that yellow bar there is about where the line for the turn lanes is allocated, and I think there's like a minimum when you have a full movement access off there. I think there's a minimum distance we have to have from where that starts to where the entrance is.
I believe you're correct. Yeah, that turn lane needs a minimum amount of distance leading up to the intersection. I think you're correct about that.
Yeah. So, yeah, that was my only comment. Is it would be nice, like if it was more of a central access in there, but I think we're going to be prevented from that. But if there's a way to possibly move the entrance a little bit further north than what's on there, I think that might alleviate some of the problems. Again, I know this isn't a site plan, but and I guess my other question would be to the applicant. So I know nothing's set in stone here, but you have two buildings. Are you envisioning roughly, how many units would be leased per building? Are you thinking in any terms of that, or is it just kind of?
I mean, not terribly in depth. Okay. But if we're looking at an 8,500 square foot building and roughly 1,200 square feet, we're looking at 6 to 7 units. Okay. 6 or 7, as my daughters might say, units per building, and then one may be, the bodega might take up 2 or 3 of those retail spaces. And so then they would be combined and build out into a larger space.
Yep. Okay. And then I know you mentioned that the setbacks you're trying to prevent, those can't be used for waste or those type of things. But where, I guess my question is, where would you envision if there are dumpsters where it's a small property, like where would that go? Or like mostly for like garbage collection when they have to come?
Yeah, that is a good question. So I think knowing that they couldn't be within 20 feet of the residential, I think they would need, we probably would look to put them interior to the site. But yeah, obviously, as you mentioned, another key concern is making sure that a trash truck can actually get to it. So we would need to sort of think about that with the parking layout. Another thing is our code does always require that a trash facilities be screened with an enclosure, not necessarily with a roof, but with a wall. So that would be something mandatory as well.
Okay. And then would there potentially be any need to widen Miller or anything like that to accommodate?
I don't. The traffic reviewers haven't said anything about that to me. I think the capacity of the roadways and the configuration of the intersection could accommodate it. But again, some of this is projections, I think, at this point before we have a specific user that would allow us to do the more in-depth traffic impact analysis with a specific projection related to like an actual square footage number, an actual user. Those kind of things would give us the details. And then we could potentially look at whether there were any improvements needed in terms of like restriping or reconfiguration of the intersection or something like that. But I wouldn't anticipate that would include road widening or anything that significant, no.
Okay, thanks. I think that's all I have.
Okay, we do have one other person that came in, I think remotely, so I want to give that person an opportunity.
Okay, Chris Joseph, if you're still online, I see you. You should be able to unmute and speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you for taking my time. I was worried I was going to be here all this time and not get to say anything, so I'll try to keep this brief though. I've been to these meetings, all except the first one, because I didn't get the Zoom address or Zoom invite until after the meeting was complete. But what I think has been solely underestimated is the impact on the neighbors to this site. This is our backyards. Usually that's a little bit more of a private area of a house. 20 feet is great, and I appreciate that effort. But okay, there's a dumpster 21 feet from my backyard. That's a pretty major impact. Typically, I've driven all over this town. Typically, commercial has a road or something more significant between it and residential. And, it's a very large burden on the houses that are adjacent to this property. Walkability is town center. Walk there all the time. And so this does not add value either as well to this area. We've changed so many things. I've been here for 20 years in this town. Commercial was supposed to be down by the traffic circle when we first were here, and that was changed to residential. We went through that presentation at the beginning of this meeting about Spring Hill, and it talks about all the space and all the niceness of the houses and their views and things like that. This takes that away from this neighborhood. It just doesn't seem fair to me. The planning commission talks about how nice it'd be like having a Ziggy's Coffee. Well, think of the distance between Ziggy's Coffee. They've got that road that separates them, and the size of this lot is not big enough for what they're proposing. I'm in the restaurant industry. People are going to spill out, and they're going to stand in the parking lot now and talk, which is 20 feet from my backyard. And that's going to be happening all the time. They'll spill out of this bodega, which ultimately would lose its competition to town center. It's going to be a vacant building because they won't be able to stay in business. I appreciate your time, and I hope you see it in your heart to oppose this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll go to Councilmember O'Connor.
Thank you. I've got some serious concerns about how the children traveling to and from Red Hawk are going to interact with this property, this commercial property that potentially has up to 14 units in it, with the 63 parking spots, and which is, since there's no minimum set, 63 parking spots, where does the overflow go? Do they park on a Meller? How does that impact the kids traveling to and from school? Because there is no bus between there, so they're either driving or they're on their bikes or they're walking. Another concern with moving forward with this proposed amendment is we keep the discussion is about shopping, yet all these other uses are listed here which do not seem to be compatible with the neighborhood. A medical office, vet office. It doesn't list here that a vape shop could go in here. A liquor store can go in here. I mean, if we're going to allow this to even move forward, this allowed uses should be really narrowed down to shopping, coffee shops, something that would integrate more with the surrounding homes. It's all surrounded by light residential. And why is it not narrowed down more than it already is in this list.
Well, I will say the slide here is an abbreviated list of the full. We did actually have the applicant go through our entire land use table that's in the UDC, and line by line we went through that and took a look. And so a lot of things that are typically allowed in a commercial district are no longer allowed, or are allowed only as special review use. So I think some of the specific uses, I think we felt a little limited in calling out specific uses. And I guess maybe just generally, I should say we essentially just use the list of uses as we have in our UDC. And so there are some things that our UDC itself does not call out specifically, like a vape shop. And therefore it's not in this land use table. So
I'm fairly certain I'm on record saying we wouldn't do a vape shop. And I do have the actual full list of things, and there are a few of them that are, we'll have to go back for special review if we do anything, and quite a few that we agreed not to do. But yeah, something to consider.
Councilmember Pestromelli.
Thank you. And I see some positives with this one, which is our commercial vacancy in Erie is very low, and having more options would help increase, like having businesses, we generate sales tax, that is revenue for us. And at the same time, yeah, I agree with Councilmember O'Connor on the use cases should be restricted, and public safety, traffic, walkability, noise, all of these should be considered. And the quality of the life of the residents there is very important, and kids walking to schools and all of that would be altered to an extent. So I just wanted to put it in there. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, and Councilmember Hoback.
Thank you. I used to live in Canyon Creek, and I thought my kids would be going to that daycare, but they're in their 20s now, so.
Send it back.
What's that?
You could send it back. I don't know.
After college.
Grandkids. To follow up on Councilmember Bear's question, at one point, I think I was on the Planning Commission, and presentation came through for some townhomes there. I think they walked away from it. I'm not sure what happened there. I only have one question. I will have some comments during deliberation, but on the parking, what flexibility, with it being a PD and whatnot, do we have in terms of minimums, granting variances, and that sort of thing?
I guess in short, a wide range of ability. So yeah, parking is something that can be amended through the PD amendment, and actually I will say the request to eliminate parking minimums was actually something that specifically came from the Planning Commission. That actually was not originally idea generated from the applicant. But of course, I should say the intent with that would not be to approve a development with zero parking. It would just be we have a little more flexibility because the way our parking standards are written is it groups everything into general categories, and then it just says for X number of square feet you need X number of parking spaces. And so I think we have found in the past that is a little too much of a broad one size fits all category or way to handle parking. And so by eliminating parking requirements and leaving it, or minimum parking requirements and leaving it up to future traffic and parking studies specific to the individual user, would allow us to just fine tune it a little bit more. But I also would reiterate, it's not our intent. We wouldn't accept a proposal that was showing a lot of like overflow parking on the street or in the neighborhood or anything like that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's see, could something like a garden center go on here?
What does a garden center
So
mean to you?
there's one in Lafayette on Baseline. It's a small garden center where you can buy plants and possibly something similar to the temporary one that we have downtown that pops up every summer.
I am double checking the PD amendment itself and looking through the land use table.
While you're looking for that, a question for the applicant. Have you done a development like this anywhere else in Boulder that would be similar?
A retail. We have a couple of retail locations that aren't that are a little bit bigger. There's one in Lafayette on 95th and Arapahoe. That is about 6 separate buildings. Are you familiar with that area?
Totally familiar with it. On which corner?
Oriented.
Is it the former 95?
Across from the YMCA.
Yeah, okay.
Right, so
Brewing Market.
Atlas.
there's the Y, then there's our development or our property, and then there's that car wash on the other side. That would be on the north side. And so there's a variety of retail.
Yeah, that's much bigger, right?
Yeah, for
acreage
sure.
wise, right?
We just finished building a 3-unit building in Loveland, 2 of which are light industrial buildings. The third building is retail, and that's going to have 9 units. And that is slowly, as we start to, do the TI improvements, we're getting a couple of tenants, one of which is a restaurant. The other one, I think there's a small furniture person who makes their own furniture is going to take one of those retail spots. And then, and that just got delivered to us about 45 days ago. So we would like to be further along, but we're not. There's another retail property we call it Zarlingo. It's in Boulder. It's on Valmont between 20th and 30th. That's it's a 2-story property with about 15, maybe 16 units. And, that's a hair salon. It's a bagel shop. It's a, what else is there? They do have a restaurant there. There's a State Farm retail storefront there. So we have a few, and there's a majority of our properties are also light industrial.
And this would be up to 2 stories? Is
No,
that right? With
it's
25,
1 story.
Just 1 story?
Yeah.
Okay. I struggle with this one. Restaurants are in there. My day job, I work across the street from a Burger King. I recognize a Burger King couldn't go in here because there's no drive-through. But you could have a burger shop, there's a lot of standalone burger shops. And then I think of that scent, which I smell often in my office from Burger King. And if I was a neighbor of that, I think that would be a problem. So, it has me, just concerned on whether this is the right location, right? The kids going to school across there, that is a real thing. The one entrance, right? We can't get a second entrance out onto Erie Parkway. So it seems to me a lot of different things that are on the, not so much the pro side, but on the concern side.
Can I ask just a question? Is the lack of a second entrance, is that 100% area? I wasn't sure, because I thought at some point there was talk about at least having an eastbound outlet out of the property going down Erie Parkway. That wouldn't cause you to have to turn into traffic.
Yeah, I think we could certainly evaluate other options at a final plat or site plan when we get to understand a little bit better the layout of the parking and the building. I think, I think the feedback I've heard from transportation is that we would prefer not to have any access point on Erie Parkway, but I think we'd be open to suggestion. And if it were anything, it would be like a right turnout only, exit only sort of situation. It wouldn't be full movement. But yeah, I think we could look at other options during the site plan.
And I would say one other thing too is at the last commission meeting, I did verbally commit to having another neighborhood meeting if we get into site plan and really get to dig into this and start to put some things together, potentially identify future prospective tenants, and take that back to the neighbors and see what that response is.
Yeah. I think the other thing I struggle with on this is that we need more affordable, differentiated type housing, right? And I didn't realize that there was a townhome development here at some point that never made it through the process for whatever reason. It seems like that would be a much better use in there. I get the walkability for, you know, being able to go to a coffee shop but this site is so small that it doesn't feel like that makes the most sense. And then literally you go out onto Erie Parkway and with Town Center, I mean, that is where the retail is going to happen. And that's certainly walkable from that corner. So I'm struggling with, you know, this particular change at this moment. All right, so I'm going to stop council questions. I'll actually close the public hearing and then I'll bring it back to council for deliberations.
Do we deliberate before there's a motion? Or is that
Yeah,
fair?
no, so we deliberate now and then we'll see if there's a motion. Yes.
That is accurate. Did that not help?
Yes.
Okay.
I have my script here, so at least from what's written. So this is just a chance for us to talk. We will have a motion in a second. If we do, then we'll also have another opportunity to talk at that point as well.
I'm happy to deliberate now. I just thought we had a process.
This is it. All right, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, this is a tough one. I think the biggest struggle that I have, and I think Councilmember O'Connor hit the nail on the head, is that when you zone it commercial, when we zone it commercial, we're going to be kind of tied to if it's right by use or if it's special review use, and I know you've got a list of things that are possible in there. But then there's always like the future of this too, because with any commercial area, you have people move in, move out. And so we may say, you know, hey, we only want to have, you know, this type of business in here now, but does that mean that down the line a vape shop might, if there's a vacancy there, might go in? This is just such a weird area, and I look at it, and I have no idea why that corner never got developed, but and I think that, because I'm not even sure, like, even if we left it as is, I don't know that anybody's going to be able to develop that corner because it's so small. I don't know that it's going to pencil out for anyone. And when we had the townhomes going there, I mean, that was back when we had virtually net zero interest rates, and it's kind of a different market now. And the other thing that I think concerns me is that some of the restraints we have for just the access onto there, because as I've mentioned, there's already a dedicated turn lane on Miller, and maybe you could get a right out of the northeast corner there. And then, I guess the disruption of the foot traffic, this is tough. So I'm kind of torn on this. But on the flip side, I think, and Councilmember Pastor said that the one thing that is intriguing about this is that we have such a low commercial vacancy rate that, and there's no metro district here, so some of the problems that we had, my wife used to love to go to this fabric store that's over near Christo's that had to close down just because the operating cost of being in there, because it's in a metro district, the property taxes are higher. So I can see why it's appealing, but this is a real struggle. So
yeah, can I just address one thing, or are we out of that? I was just going to point out, just for reference, the company did take a very hard look at developing this with townhomes, and it does not economically pencil out.
Yeah,
It's just unfeasible, and that's why we're here
So
today.
is that a temporary situation because of the high interest rates, or?
No, I don't think so. I think it's more competition and a competitive, perhaps maybe with Toll Brothers, a mile down the street, building single families probably less expensive than it would cost to build the townhomes. It's just a competitive issue. Yeah, I wanted you to know that it wasn't something that was glossed over.
Yep. Any other thoughts, comments, and then I'll see if there's a motion. Yes, Councilor Hoback.
So for me, rezoning has a higher bar than a lot of the quasi-judicial developments that come across our desks because once it's rezoned, our ability to restrict what goes there diminishes. And I share the residents' concerns about uncertainty, what businesses might go in there, what goes into the space, as Councilmember Mortallero mentioned. And so rezoning has a higher bar for me to meet. And when I look at the site, and especially from the aerial view, and it back to two cul-de-sacs, which, we can't necessarily restrict our planning to what type of homes, what type of streets it backs to, but it does seem like an unfair fit. And for me, because people buy a property with zoning in mind, oftentimes we need a compelling argument to change that zoning, and I don't believe that is met here. I'm concerned. I would love this site to be developed like this, if it could really be guaranteed and had maybe a lot more restrictions. A small grocer. If we get a big grocer down the street, I don't know if that's viable. I guess Bova's Pantry up on the hill in Boulder only survived because there was nothing else to compete, but they're gone too. So yeah, not knowing what could go in there, particularly if certain businesses don't make it, really concerns me. As well as the parking and the lights and the dumpsters backing up to these homes. So that's all I have to say.
All right, and I think Councilor Bear, do you have your hand up?
Yeah, I did. Thank you. Yeah, infill development's tough, and I think that you probably had to deal with that before coming into an already established community and building something new there is always hard. I am compelled by the walkability factor. I do like the idea of maybe a right in, right out off Meller and then on to Erie Parkway, or even full movement on Meller. I think that actually helps with the pedestrian concerns of kids having to cross over and onto Erie Parkway. We would never eliminate all of those because anytime that you increase traffic and pedestrian, it causes safety concerns. But I also appreciate that we hear from our business owners that we desperately need more commercial. The fact that it's not a metro district is very appealing, and I think that it could be a unique development compared to what is planned for at Town Center and Four Corners. I do see the benefits here, and I think that it could be such a benefit to the community, the immediate surrounding homes, that they would have that walkability that I wish I had. I wish a lot of our communities had it. It's really hard to retrofit that into a community. So but I completely agree that it should be we should be picky about the things that could go in there because this is a family neighborhood and they wouldn't want something like a vape shop going in. So if there was some way to get those certainties around that, or a more narrowed down list of things that could potentially be cited there, I think I could support this. Also with the pedestrian improvements and perhaps bus stop investment and just ensuring that it's actually a seamless part of the community. Anyway, I think this could be a really cool community amenity.
All right, I'll see if there's a motion to approve ordinance 13, 2026.
May I ask a clarifying question? Is there a way to incorporate sort of those parameters around a certainty, a list of eligible uses?
Which is something we had really dug into that for the last 2 rounds with the commission and struck quite a few uses, but it sounds like perhaps we didn't go deep enough.
That's not a criteria under our UDC. That would be something that, if the applicant is willing to do, we could definitely memorialize in a different mechanism, but that's not something before the council tonight.
Okay.
All right, I am not seeing a motion to approve, just double checking. So without a motion to approve, it doesn't go forward at this point. And so, it's a tough corner, it's small, and I think you heard the concerns from all of us up here.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we're going to move on to our next item. We've been going quite a while. Does anybody need a break, or do we want to persevere and continue on?
Yeah, can we take a break?
Okay, let's do 5 minutes, and then we'll pick it back up. Convene the meeting, and we're going to move on to item 2026-226, an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Erie amending Title 10 of the Erie Municipal Code regarding the use of manufactured homes as dwelling units. And with that, I'll turn it over to our Director of Planning and Development, Sarah Miller.
Thank you to the IT gods. Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Sarah Nermallo, Planning and Development Director. I'm here tonight to just walk you through some proposed changes to the Unified Development Code within Title 10 with respect to manufactured housing. So I'm gonna quickly go through this for you. It's the amendment is around the term manufactured homes and how we treat them within the code. What we did find was that in our code, we actually don't allow accessory dwelling units to be manufactured homes. And we found that this is inconsistent with the Housing and Urban Development HUD's definition and use of manufactured homes. They don't have a type of unit that it could be, whether it's an ADU or a single family dwelling. Our state law also allows ADUs, accessory dwelling units, by right anywhere now within where single family units are allowed. So what we have in our code is just, again, inconsistent with federal and state law now. And so we are working to amend that. We are proposing that we allow manufactured homes as accessory dwelling units. They would still have to maintain the appearance and architectural style, siding, roofing, trim, and roof style of the principal structure, which is the same thing, the same way that we treat single family dwellings. But again, we would allow ADUs to be manufactured homes, and there are a lot of newer modular style of ADUs and homes that would make sense to be allowing. So the other thing that we're doing in this amendment is modifying the definition of manufactured homes to remove single family detached from the definition and just refer to it as a dwelling unit. It's pretty straightforward and minor, but this is something that we wanted to do, especially now that we are able to start working towards more accessory dwelling units in the town, and we have the designation from DOLA, where we are specially designated ADU municipality, so we can actually get grants. So we're just trying to clean up all of our language and get in order for starting up programs to incentivize ADUs. So this went to the Planning Commission on March 18th, and the resolution passed unanimously. The criteria that you are considering this against is the proposed amendment will promote public health, safety, and general welfare, that it is generally consistent with the town's comprehensive master plan and the stated purposes of our Unified Development Code, and that it is necessary, desirable because of changing conditions, new planning concepts, or other social or economic conditions. So again, what you're considering is removing the prohibition of manufactured homes as ADUs and modifying the definition and getting us in line with state and federal law. This was publicly noticed in the Colorado Hometown Weekly on March 25th. And our recommendation is to adopt ordinance number 2026-226.
Okay, bring it back to council, and this one may be straightforward enough, so maybe I'll just see if there's a motion to approve ordinance 18-2026, and then if we have a motion and a second, then we can discuss it. If not,
I have a question. I don't know if that needs to come before motion or I can ask a question.
you could do it either. We could do it either way.
either.
Would you please all use microphones? They're still on. Yes, if,
Yep. So ask now or later.
My preference is, or recommendation is that you ask now.
Okay. So with short-term rentals and ADUs, would this apply as a short-term rental? Curious. I know that that's upcoming. We haven't addressed those yet, and just curious if this would be. I don't know. How does this intersect?
Yes. Whoa. That's loud.
We're really loud.
Sit back a little bit. So, yes, we do not currently regulate or even license short-term rentals. We aren't currently tracking them. We have an awareness of just approximately how many we have. But, yes, an ADU could potentially be used as a short-term rental. As we look at potentially licensing these and whether or not we want to limit them, that's a conversation, a policy conversation for us to have at that time.
And then my other question is the working group on homelessness identified ADUs as a good tool or a tool to address affordable housing. So I was curious if this would help us reach our 12% goal, or that we could display that we're reaching for it, and to be able to, apply and be eligible for funding from the state.
So the 12%, it depends on how we define the affordability. If it's naturally occurring, a lot of the ADUs and the scale of those are small enough where they naturally are within the affordable area median income, anything 80% or below. If we define it as deed restricted, then it would only be if we had ADUs that were deed restricted.
So we'd have to, they would have to be delineated as deed restricted in order to qualify?
What we're trying to do with the 12% regionally is have permanently affordable units. And so ideally those would be deed restricted and not naturally occurring, because naturally occurring can be subject to the market. So they do count towards Prop 123, so I wouldn't discount it entirely. But
okay,
yeah, it's a good start.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
All right. Other questions? Go ahead, Councilman O'Connor.
Thank you. So for anyone interested in having an ADU like this, are they going to be required to pay a separate 3/4-inch tap fee and have separate electrical run to it? And utilities like that?
That's a great question, and no. We do not require, now they might have to have a water line run to it if it's outside, it's
okay.
Not part of the existing structure, but we do not require a tap fee for ADUs.
So they're able to just pull all the utilities from the main structure? Okay, that's good to know. That's a bit of a savings that I thought they would have had to have a separate tap, or at least that was my understanding. So, yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Other questions? Or a motion to approve ordinance? I got to get back to it. Ordinance 18, 2026.
So move.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. All right, motion carries. All right, we'll go on to our next item, which is another public hearing. This is really following our study session that we had on this particular topic. This is item 2026-248, public hearing and ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Erie, repealing and reenacting Section 913 of the Erie Municipal Code to adopt the 2026 edition of the National Electric Code with amendments, repealing and reenacting Section 914 of the Erie Municipal Code to adopt the 2024 edition of the International Energy Conservation Code with amendments, and repealing and reenacting Sections 919 of the Erie Municipal Code to adopt the 2024 edition of the International Fire Code with amendments and setting forth penalties for violations thereof. That was a mouthful.
Can you repeat that?
No. I'll turn it over to Joel Champion, who's the chief building official.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Town Council. My name is Joel Champagne. I'm Chief Building Official here at the town. Tonight, I'm here to present an ordinance to adopt updated electrical, energy, fire codes, along with local amendments to ensure they align with the Town of Erie's needs. This request is to repeal and replace 3 sections of Title IX of the Municipal Code, Section 9-1-3, to adopt 2026 National Electrical Code, Section 9-1-4 to adopt the 2024 International Energy Conservation Code, and Section 9-1-9 to adopt the 2024 International Fire Code. Each of these includes amendments to address conditions and local conditions and improve clarity for enforcement.
I'm going to pause you for a second and just make sure the hearing is open, which I always forget to say, but I'm officially saying it.
Sorry. I'll walk you through a brief background, outline the proposal, and then explain how this supports the town's broader goals before asking for your consideration. Updating these codes ensures Erie stays aligned with the most current safety and sustainability standards. This is particularly important as the town continues to prioritize energy efficiency and greenhouse gas reduction. Additionally, beginning July 1st, 2026, the state requires that any jurisdiction updating building codes must adopt the Model Low Energy Conservation Code or something more stringent. This proposal positions us to be ready for that transition. Staff is recommending the adoption of the 2024 Energy Conservation Codes while retaining the electric-ready, EV-ready, solar-ready provisions already required by the state. We've also included a small package of amendments. Includes some electric preferred provisions, reduce enforcement complexity, and provide clarity to builders and designers. We also propose adoption of the 2026 National Electric Code to stay aligned with the state's requirements, and the 2024 International Fire Code, which aligns with the standards already adopted by Mountain View Fire Protection District. Overall, this approach balances progress and practical implementation. This ordinance supports several key outcomes. It advances the town's sustainability goals. It ensures new construction is prepared for electrification and renewable energy. It positions Erie to be more easily adapt to future, more complex energy codes, whether at the state or the regional level. In short, this is just a strategic first step forward rather than a reactive one. Public notice requirements have been met. This hearing was published in the Colorado Hometown Weekly on March 25th and April 1st. No neighborhood meetings or mailed notice were required. Mayor and Council, this ordinance is a measured first step forward for the town of Erie. It keeps us our code's current, supports the sustainability goals, and ensures new developments is safe, efficient, and ready for the future. We've taken care to balance progress with practicality, minimizing impacts to our building community while positioning the town for the upcoming state requirements. For those reasons, the staff respectfully recommends approving this ordinance number 12-2026. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right. I think we'll first see if there's anybody who signed up for public comment.
Winfried Reichelt. I'm sorry. I'm sure I'm butchering that terribly.
Good evening again. Okay, first a general, well, okay, I have read the letter of the Colorado Home Builders to, I think, many town councils, and there was something that wasn't sharp in there. They say anything that will be passed before, or, yeah, any, or a resolution that will be passed before July will avoid the more stringent, I think it's called MCE. It's also a mouthful. The more stringent regulations that are imposed after July, if anything is in that direction is passed after July, will be imposed by the state. So as a general observation, of course, everybody who has been in business or has any interest in watching this, whenever there is a change, that is just part of it. There's a big upheaval. They don't want any change, the home builders. Now, if we wouldn't have had the lemon laws, everybody knows those, right? We would still have really crappy cars. There wouldn't have been any progress if we wouldn't have had competition from cars from Japan. We would still drive crappy US cars. It's just a fact. And so that's how I look at this letter by the home builders. And I don't understand. It looks like the recommendation to the council is to adopt the less stringent regulations. And you're saying which is kind of like in preparation of the adoption of the more stringent ones. I don't understand why we don't adopt the more stringent ones to begin with. And the home builders will be able to deal with it. Solutions will be found that they can still make a profit. And the owners, the future owners of those homes, just like the owners in the Spring Hill development, for instance, will not have to hold the bag when the energy costs go up and they live in houses with substandard or not the best insulation, for instance. It's funny that just this morning, and I'm not making that up, I was talking to a truck driver quite lengthily. He bought his first house in his late 40s last year. Around here, I don't know whether it's in Erie, and the home builders in general, and I have bought 2 houses since 2014 in the US, and so I have my own experience too, and that of many other people besides this truck driver. The home builders are producing
20 seconds.
bad, how many, 20?
20 seconds.
Producing bad quality. This home builder sits next to his windows and the breeze is blowing on him. So this house was built last year. Anyway, they will deal with it, and I request that the higher standards are adopted right now so that people pay less for their heating and air conditioning in the future.
All right, thank
Thank
you.
you.
That's it.
That's it, all right. Okay, I'll bring it back to council, and we can ask any questions. I know we just went through this with the study session, but I'm likely there's some follow-up. Yes, Councilor Bear.
Thank you. I did follow up with Ms. Brinker, who joined us at the table during our discussion last week, 2 weeks ago. And I had some questions about, because I'm not a code expert, you're the code expert. But I just had some questions about what the different codes are and how it all works together. And there were concerns about the uneven codes, the different years, and how those would interact and be enforceable. And should we make any updates to our code after that deadline, it automatically triggers the MLECC anyway. Do you have any concerns about the uneven codes, the uneven code years? I'll just mention that one of the emails that council got yesterday or today was talking specifically about refrigeration requirements. And in one code versus another code, they just wouldn't align, and so it would need to be updated anyway.
Sure. So it's not uncommon to adopt different codes from different code cycles. An example of that is the National Electric Code, which we adopt every 3 years, and there are many jurisdictions that don't adopt all their codes on a 3-year cycle. So, it's not uncommon that you'd be enforcing the latest National Electric Code, but still be on an older version of the building code. So that's kind of an example of that. So it's something that's certainly not an issue, really. I mean, it's when people submit their plans, they just mark on their plans, these are the codes that we're building under, and they'll just call it out, and that's what we review too. So it's not really an issue on our part.
Okay. And then another, one of my questions was around affordability, which was brought up during the discussion, that the MLECC would create more costs to build a home. And so I was asking Ms. Brinker about that, and she mentioned that on a mortgage, it would be about $6 a month to require the, for a home owner, for the mortgage payment, would be a $6 increase to install the more energy efficient required appliances and things. And you would have the energy cost savings over time. So the cost savings looks like it would be profit for home builders that would be protected and not necessarily the consumer protection. Do you think do you agree with that?
I don't know that there's enough data out there that supports like what the difference would be between a home built on the 2024 codes versus a home built under the Model Low Energy Carbon Code or the cohorts code, just because they're so new and there's not enough information out there. I haven't been able to find any of that I've been able to really pin down real numbers.
Okay.
So it's hard to say what the numbers are.
Okay. And then the other thing she brought up was the MLECC, actually I think it was the Metro Cohort Model Code that required, that actually stripped out the requirements for commercial development around beneficial electrification. So it doesn't include having to wire, for example, for solar in a commercial building. So it kind of incentivizes commercial development and brings the cost down. And I was just curious about that. And then she also mentioned that those developers support the MCMC for that reason.
Yeah, so the requirements for electrification, pre-wiring for electrification and electric vehicle charging stations and solar, that's all part of the state's requirements. So those are required in all the codes that are being written now. I think what you may be talking about is the requirements for on-site renewables.
Maybe, yeah.
I think that's what's been kind of removed from these codes, and we've gone ahead and done the same thing in our code.
Okay.
So that's part of our amendment package.
Okay.
So we're trying to kind of model some of those benefits.
Okay, great. Those were my questions. Thank you.
All right. Anybody else questions on this? Councilor Pestromelli.
Yeah, so I had two questions. One is, what happens if we stay with the existing code?
It's
pros
a
or
possibility,
cons?
of course.
Yeah.
There's one of the main reasons we're doing this is to stay in line with the sustainability goals, to update the code every 3 years. And so that's one of the reasons we've come forward with this. So we can certainly stay on this current edition as well.
And by when do we need to update? Like in 3 years?
There's no requirement for updating the code. So you know, if we were to stay on this current version of the code, I would probably recommend staying there until the 2027 codes are published, and then we can update the entire suite of codes.
Yeah, I have a feeling like we can buy some time and understand this in more depth, because there is recommendations from the Home Builder Association, which could be, you know, like tilting in one way or other and not in the best interest of the consumers. Like you said, there is probably no.
I think between the 2021 and the 2024 is it the electrical energy code? I'm sorry, my brain. Between those two codes, there are a few differences that are actually more beneficial to, in terms of construction. There's actually a cost savings. So there has been some level of evolution between the two codes, and we're essentially keeping what we already have with the energy codes, but taking on some of the benefits of what the 2024 has added. So, and which results in a little bit of cost savings for building.
So cost saving for the builder or the consumer?
Cost savings for construction, and so it could, you know, you tell me if usually it's the market that
Okay.
the prices.
So the other question was from a sustainability angle, like, do you prefer upgrading or like staying with the old code? What benefits do we get or not get? I have a feeling I need.
So I guess if you're looking towards, you know, the benefits of one or the other, if we update to the 2024 codes, not only is there a cost savings for whoever's building the homes, but there is an increase in efficiency as well that comes along with that, and that's a documented increase. So you're probably looking at a 7 to 10% increase in energy efficiency. So there is that added benefit to it. So, and as far as my preference, I really don't have one. I mean, you know, the codes are written by the same organization, so it's just a matter of, you know, in the same. The references are the same. You know, it's just finding it's easy to find the information and use the information. We're all trained on that, so there's no additional training needed. So, with reference to that, there's no favorite. You know, I have
Thank
no
you.
Favorite.
Okay. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, just real quick. I guess I would just like to say I agreed with some of Councilmember Bear's questions and concerns, because I read through some emails that we were provided, and it did raise concerns. So don't know if we're rushing this or not, but I have to defer to all the engineers and in-house and out-of-house. So I'm not quite sure how to go on this one, but I didn't have time to really read and digest some of the information that I've received today. So because it came in late, but.
So we are looking forward to having when we are able to get our consultant for the building electrification, and we are going to be working together with them, our sustainability group, and building to map out an implementation for all of our codes in the next few years, so that we're looking at how are we ramping up, what are the skill sets, what are the needs within the department, and then mapping out a timeline for adoption. And certainly we know that there are all of the requirements from the state that we need to be looking at. So that's our next step after this. So I don't want you to think that we're going to sit still on an old code for several years. We're going to be mapping out a process for getting to the next level.
So at a high level, what do we gain, and what do we gain by approving this, and what do we lose if we don't? Yeah,
like I said before, we're reducing costs of building costs, upfront costs, and increasing efficiency. So that's what we gain. We don't lose anything by doing it. I mean, it's
Okay.
We can stay on the code we're at now, but we would lose that additional efficiency, and we would lose that cost reduction in building costs. So I think updating now is probably a good time to do it and get those gains, and then have that map out that future updates and a plan going forward for the next few updates. That way we have a target and we'll have a path to get there.
Okay, oops, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Councilor O'Connor.
So I didn't really take into account the builder's letter feedback. I was looking at this more from what the staff request was. Can you briefly walk us through what it's going to look like for staff to be able to basically, once the codes, either MLECC or MCMC, are adopted, like what does it look like for staff to become familiar with it and train for it? And
yeah, I think that's kind of one of the reasons why we're recommending the 24 International Energy Conservation Codes. It will take us time to get familiar with these new codes and how they're written, and the additional language that's in them, and kind of try to figure out how we're going to enforce it. There's also the issues with the compliance software that builders or developers or designers currently use. That's available for the 2024 Energy Code versus the MLECC and the Cohorts Code. I don't think that compliance software is developed yet, so it may take some time before that's available. So without that, that's kind of leaves us kind of guessing and just making up numbers, like you have to meet at least this much better than what the code requires. So it's kind of a guessing game on our part, what the compliance will be without the compliance software. So those are kind of the things that are restricting us from, jumping in at this point.
any thoughts on need for staff increase in the future for just specifically dealing with this?
Yeah, there is. I think there will be need for that, or somebody more specialized in that field. Currently, we don't have anyone that really is specializes in energy code enforcement and reviews and that kind of thing. So, I think that is definitely going to be something we'd have to look at. Almost right now. To get somebody on board. So, any new staff we would bring on, I think that would be like a highly preferred person that really understands the energy codes and can jump in and help out with developing, review processes and inspection processes and that kind of thing.
Thank you.
Okay, I think everybody's had a bite at the apple except for me. I'm sorry. Did you have a...
Well,
all right, one more bite, but
I'm
then
sorry.
everybody gets one more bite.
Sorry. Well, I apologize. I just made Councilmember O'Connor's question made me think of what are they calling it? PACO, the PACO grant that we've gotten, Powerhead Colorado, the building decarbonization grant from Dr. Cog. And I know that we were awarded $600,000, and I see Erica in the back of the room. I know she's an expert on it, but I know that that's something we can use toward training. And I'm curious if we're able to use those funds if we adopt, these codes. Are we able to use those funds for training for staff for that increased capability, or is there a requirement to adopt something else to be able to utilize those funds for training? I don't know.
I think Erica would speak better to that, but I believe it would be available for
both.
any kind of training and staffing issues that we are
we would have. Do we already have that grant?
I think we signed the papers for it. I think Erica mentioned that a couple weeks ago. Sorry to pull you up from the back of the room.
Yeah, so we have a kickoff for that grant. I believe it's next week.
Erica, can you just state your name?
Erica Thorley, Sustainability Division Manager with the Town of Erie. Yes, we did. We were awarded $600,000 from the BPC grant from Dr. Cog, and the majority of that is for the in-house consultant that Joel and Sarah have mentioned, who will also be supporting these conversations. But then there's a big chunk, I believe it's $40,000 or so for training for those almost 4 years. And part of that grant was exploring what an all-electric or net zero code would look like for the town over the next few years. So it's definitely something we're exploring. There was no requirements for adoption necessarily because we didn't want to pigeonhole ourselves into a specific decision, really wanting to make sure it fit for Erie. And even our neighbors that have made an all-electric code adoption, there's exemptions, which is an important piece of that right now. Does that answer your question? So we have to explore it. We don't have to commit.
We're not disqualifying ourselves from any of those intentions, one way or the other. Okay.
No, I have not heard anything along those lines.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, I'll see if anybody
sorry.
else on council has any further comments.
I'm full.
You're full? All right, so the study session helped me greatly. The HBA letter had no influence on me. This is a staff recommendation. It's an incremental step. We'll eventually get further down the road on other code when we're ready to get there, so I'm cool with that. There were some clerical errors in the current code, and so I'm going to first start to see if someone will make the motion to correct the Scrivener's errors. Say it for me, please.
Scrivener's error.
Scrivener's error. And then if we get through that, then we'll see if there's a motion to approve.
And you also need to close. And you also need to close the public comment portion.
And the public comment is now closed. Thank you. The public hearing is closed.
Okay. I move to amend ordinance number 12, 2026 to correct the Scrivener's error as follows. On page 2, in section 2, the proposed section 914 subsection B3, creating a section C111.1.1, change the two references from C410 to appendix CB. On that same page in proposed section, creating a section C111.1.2, change the two references from C410 to appendix CB. On page 3, the same proposed section C1111.1.2, change the two references from C410 to appendix CB.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, motion second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. All right, so we've got the amended ordinance at this point. Now I'll see if there's a motion to approve the amended ordinance 012-2026.
Motion to approve the amended motion, or amended motion.
Ordinance.
Ordinance, sorry. One of those, we'll get it.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion, second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. Motion carries. We'll update the code in this incremental step as we go forward. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to the agenda item that was added at the beginning of the meeting to talk about the Erie Seniors parade celebration. For those that have stayed with us all evening, thank you to watch our process on many other things as we get to this point. Our acting town manager, Meredith Moose, sent over a note to us shortly before the council on just what would need to happen if council directed staff to try to move forward. I think the challenge for many of us up here is we're being brought into this now. We know this is coming up. We know there were new requirements, if I'm understanding this right, so I'm looking for staff to correct me if I'm wrong with the summary. but there were new requirements, 90 days to get a permit. It appears through some communications that was attempted, and then whatever bumps, new process, whatever it was, it didn't actually get through the process. And yeah, actually, if you guys, I think if you want to come up or whoever leads, just to help, because I want to make sure we do this, and whatever we direct, we direct right. And Chief, we may have questions for you too. So in the timeline of things,
Totally.
The 90-day.
The 90 days. So I feel like, thank you so much for letting me come back up here. I mean, I feel like I started the ball well before the 90 days without any notice or communication that there was a new plan put in place that a permit was required. Just on my own, in my conversation with the previous chief, she had asked me to start sooner. So I was just trying to be proactive, trying to come up with a safer alternative and just get the ball rolling, lock in Mountain View Fire, just because they're busy. So I got this all started way before the 90 days, but had no idea until April 1st when I was contacted by Erie PD and was even informed that this was a thing. So, I mean, that was already in the 90 days at that point.
Okay, and then the other information I think we got from staff is what we're really trying to balance is safety. One of the challenges as Erie grows is
Right.
there's more traffic on County Line, there's more traffic on Erie Parkway, and somehow, if we keep doing what we did when we were 10,000 people, 20,000 people, at some point it becomes, not maybe viable because of the safety pieces. At the same time, I don't want to just say we're done and that's it, because is there some way to allow this to happen and then we can figure out what the right thing is later? And so Meredith, I guess I want to kind of go over to you and, ask you, is there a way to get this to be a continuing thing this year to buy us time until we can figure
Yeah,
out?
I will say it sounds like we have some issues with our permitting, and we apologize for that. I would ask everyone on both sides to assume good intent. Everyone's trying to do their jobs or volunteer and get whatever needs to get done. And I will work with staff on the permitting. I do understand that someone was reached out to, let people know that there was a new process for 90 days. We will make sure that is fixed and clarified in the future.
I was going to say, no one ever
Yes.
communicated anything. And I was well in contact with Town of Erie and Mountain View.
Yeah. All of that said, if you want to direct us to move forward with trying to get something done, there are some very bare minimums that staff would require moving forward for this year. And that would include a different route. We simply do not have police staff available to help do rolling closures for an event like this, so we'd look for a different route. There's real safety concerns last year with kids hanging out of cars, being in the back of trucks, that type of thing that I know the police department had concerns with. So we would actually ask that everybody follow all traffic rules, which means stopping at stop signs, all of those things, which I know no 18-year-old kid wants to be told when they're doing something fun, but we really had some concerns about safety. Happy to work with you on all of that. And then the third issue would be a liability issue for us. We require events to have liability insurance, so we can work with you on, I don't know if the Booster Club or the school or whoever could help with that, but those would kind of be the bare minimums we would look for, but we would be happy to work with.
Which I'm
you
totally,
guys.
I mean, I think that was originally my plan, is that we did need to modify the route to, address some of the concerns for Erie PD. And I kind of was like, if we do get the permit, then maybe we just go to the route, the homecoming parade, like one that everyone feels pretty comfortable with. It's pretty standard. You start at the middle school, you work your way up, and maybe that's just it. And it doesn't then continue up through Colliers and back up to the high school.
Yeah,
It's always lined with people and stuff, but I mean, I'm totally
not the
flexible.
person to talk the route with.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, we're flexible.
So I don't want to
we'll
get
work
into
with
the
them on that,
details
yeah.
tonight, but I do want to see if there's support from council to direct staff to work with all of you to see if we can't come up with something that's workable. And then for next year, we really take a bigger step back and to say, okay, what is right for our community?
Right.
I think this is that balance between the small town feel that we all love and that the survey after survey after survey says we want to preserve, But as we grow, it becomes harder to preserve that, and it's kind of a balance there.
I feel like we've been really fortunate. Erie Boosters has actually stepped up and offered to sponsor us and cover the insurance, because obviously as a volunteer parent,
Sure.
that's well out of my scope. But Erie Boosters has offered to cover that. I've already provided a detailed plan with Mountain View Fire as far as problem areas and everything, so that's kind of actually got done back in February, which I
Okay,
understand
so-
we'll need. I'm just
Yeah.
saying, like, I'm in it. Whatever we need to do, I'd love to see it
The
happen.
Booster Club carries insurance already, so we would just need to get you all a COI.
Yep,
for
and
that.
we'll let you guys
I do
work
have a
that if there is
a
support on
question.
council to
If it's
do this. So let me do this. Let me bring it back to council for clarifying questions, and then we'll see if we've got enough support to do this. Yeah, Councilmember Bear.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that this is a different process than has been you've experienced in the past. I've had 3 graduating seniors, so I understand it's a lot. There's so many things, right? All of the different banquets and posters and all the things. So I think what I'm missing here is the student's voice. And it's really important to me that we are amplifying and elevating, what they want. And so I hope that they can be incorporated in the process. And even as I'm listening to and thinking through this whole thing, I think that may be a way to ensure continuity, because certainly you who don't have a senior this year.
Nope, just volunteering my time.
But I think that could be a way to ensure we have that continuity of process, is that we can empower the kiddos to, make sure that in December they reach out about the permitting process, and they know who in the class is going to take that on, whether that's through student government or, those National Honor Society kids are super good at making sure they fill out forms and everything. So I would love to see that happen, and just that empowering piece. And then also I want to recognize how important it is to honor the PD's recommendations, because they're ultimately trying to keep us safe and trying to keep the kids safe. And so I appreciate that there's insurance. That's, I feel like, the hugest hurdle. And then just communication with the kids themselves. And then also this would enable and empower the kids to say, you know what, we don't want a parade, we want to do this other thing. And it would get to look like the way, and to incorporate sort of a camaraderie and collaboration with the police department, I think could be great. So those are some thoughts I've had over the last couple of days. I'm fully supportive of, ensuring that staff can work with Erie High School to come up with something that works for the kids. But I think moving forward, we've identified some hurdles that we need to get over, and I just had some ideas about that. So those are my thoughts.
Okay, does anybody disagree with supporting getting everybody together to see if we can work this out? Let me just ask that. Okay, we're good. All right. Any other comments, question? Councilor Mortellaro?
Yeah, I'd kind of like to echo some of Councilmember Bear's comments, that getting the student government involved, getting the other kids. I think it's really important that with this short time schedule, that BPD and staff doesn't carry a great deal of the burden. So whatever can be helped by, and I really appreciate you guys staying hanging in there with us tonight. It's a late night on the school night, but whatever burden can be lifted off by the students, or I hate to ask more from you guys, but from you as well, to help make this process go smoothly, for everybody, and to keep it ultimately safe. And I think, to your point, education and communication with all the participants is really important. You really can't have kids hanging out in cars and stuff like that, and that only puts an increased burden on the safety concerns and things like that. So really important to get the communication to all the participants out there, that they could be risking future events
Right.
if this doesn't go well, right? If we're making an exception and you know, push this through and everybody takes on a bigger burden, and then something goes wrong, it's really going to put a tough burden on us to approve future events like this. So please carry that message.
Okay, I
Could I ask a
got,
question?
we've got agreement.
I just
One question, then I'll wrap it up
okay.
here.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
I just think it's important to kind of address. I totally understand the safety concerns. I'm curious how we have a parade that's appropriately meeting safety with everybody in their vehicles with seatbelts and stop signs. Like a normal parade, right? You might have floats with people on them, and usually they're distributing candy or something. And so while I want to be respectful of that, I'm also curious what that looks like.
Be a great question for staff as you
I can
guys
just-
work
just
that out.
Generally tell you that a parade like something where the street is fully closed, there's barricades at every intersection, no cars can get through. The difference here is it's a rolling parade, and we don't have the ability to have a rolling stop at every intersection to keep traffic coming through. But we're happy to work with you and the police department.
And I'm not
Yep,
being
I'm
argumentative.
gonna-
We can have this
I'm gonna-
conversation
Yeah, after-
later.
Just because of
Just one more
you've got direction, I want you guys to have this conversation, but I want you to be able to have it with staff and the
Sure.
police and to work it out, because we're not going to solve all those details here tonight. I appreciate you
It just-
hanging out
yeah.
this long
It's fine.
to have the conversation.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for letting us come and talk to you guys. I appreciate it.
All right, wonderful. I'm going to bring it back to council, and we will go through the last thing, which is council member reports and announcements. Anybody like to start? How about Councilmember Hoback? Anything to?
I'll start. It's too damn late. Go ahead.
I just want to mention that Erie B is now up. You can download the application. You can start scheduling rides that start on April 21st. So this is a free service that is a rideshare type service within Erie. And through a grant with the Denver Regional Council and Government. So, let's see how that. Hope that goes great. For future opportunities, and hopefully it's a huge benefit for our residents.
All right, great. Councilmember Bear?
Yep, so excited. I downloaded the app. You can find it, the Erie Bee, on Apple's, on the Apple Store, right? Is that what it's called?
App Store. Yeah.
The App Store, and then also Google Play. And then you have to register, so get that done before you want to take a ride anywhere. But so excited. I just wanted to thank staff. Our transportation staff hosted a bike tour and planning workshop last week, and it was so great to ride a bike on the new separated bike lane that's right on County Line Road, and just kind of wandered around town and looked at future plans. So that was really great. And then I wanted to highlight that joint service and Front Range passenger rail panels are happening now at the East Boulder Rec Center tomorrow evening from 6 to 7:30, and then Westminster on the 29th at City Hall at the same time. And then the discussion of mineral rights sale is scheduled for our next meeting, which will begin at 6 p.m. at the Erie Rec Center. I wanted to highlight that. It won't be here at Town Hall.
That has not yet quite been determined. There may be a change in that, so.
We may be changing that.
We may be
so
changing
don't-
that, so keep an eye.
disregard.
We're gonna figure that out tomorrow.
Disregard.
Sorry for the confusion.
No. News for me too. And then other than that, just keep your good dogs on a leash and enjoy the rain.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem?
I have nothing tonight, so.
Councilmember O'Connor?
I'll just make a quick plug for, on April 25th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. is the annual Town of Erie Arbor Day Earth Day event. This event will be held at the Erie Community Park at the Post Shelter near the skate park. There'll be at least 41 exhibitors there, giveaways, separate drawings for trees, rain barrels and more, food trucks, kids activities, and much more. This event will be held rain, snow, or shine but moved inside the Erie Community Library if the weather turns bad, which it did a few years ago, but it still was a successful event. So I encourage residents to come and attend and maybe win a tree or rain barrel or do a rain dance for some rain. I don't know.
I don't know what to hope for, right? Because bad weather means precipitation, and there's a positive thing to that right now. In this,
There totally
where
is.
we're at. But yes,
There's a backup for it though, so.
yeah, awesome.
Yeah, I don't have anything.
All right, and I'll spare us any more time tonight. I will adjourn the meeting. Thank you.